allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Gotta have a sync on that. Might have been a previous conversation. First thing to do, we approve the minutes from last week.
I think they say what it is.
I didn't see anything.
I'll move.
Jesse moved,
I'll second.
Tim seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Four. Don was not here. I apologize. So we were handed the housing authority one. I was gonna go hit it first since it was handed to us. Everybody got it? On the request of the Coffee County Housing Authority Board, move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the real estate mortgage release acknowledging satisfaction and full debt secured by Tricia E. Wagner, 710 Shea, with the legal description that's said there. Usually those are, the board goes through those and make sure they're paid, so they're in compliance, I should say, so.
I'll move, Chairman.
Jesse moves,
I'll second.
Tim seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Next on the consent agenda, move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice for Larry Bender, Coffee County Lake Step Change, Grade Change Promotion Job Title, Lake Patrol Coordinator. Classification from 10-3 to 25-3, wage from 13.48 to 16.36, effective 6/15/21. Reason being the previous, patrol coordinator retiring, so just so everybody else knows.
I would have a question on that. See, Tom signed it as Thomas Johnson Sheriff. We have a contract with him as Thomas Johnson for the lake. So would he really be signing it as sheriff? Or would he just be signing as Thomas Johnson? Because we have a separate contract for him taking charge of the lake.
Well, it looks like the payroll notice is a standard form that he uses. I'm sure we can have him
I don't know whether,
take out the sheriff part, because, yeah, you're right. I mean, well, it is kind of a contract with the sheriff, though.
I think it's a contract with Tom.
Uh.
I don't know.
That would be a
Be a
way.
Wade question.
That's a Wade question, but I myself don't have an issue with it. But
I don't have a problem,
if
but
you
I
want to
just
talk
want,
to, if you would like to talk to Wade, then that's fine. Prior to approving this, that's fine.
I probably should.
Okay, we will table it for now. Converse with Wade here after a bit, I assume. The next one would be to move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the Coffee County payroll notice for Carolyn Bond, Coffee County Jail, step change, grade change, promotion, job title, corrections officer 2, classification from 25/16 to 30/13, wage from $20.50 an hour to $20.31 an hour, effective 6/1/21. Again, that's on his standard form, like I say, basically stating the sheriff, but need a motion, I guess.
I'll move. I'll second.
Jesse's moved, Tim seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Miscellaneous motion. Move to waive the purchasing policy as to informal bid process for good cause. Said cause being that the vendor is a single source vendor and approved the ESRI software maintenance contract in the amount of $9,300 and authorized and direct the appraiser to sign same. Funds to come from GIS fund.
I'll still move, Mr. Chairman.
Don's moved.
I'll second.
Just a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. Let's have a breakdown of fees and reasons. That being said, Ty?
What you guys doing?
Good morning time. Good morning.
I tried to find it, if you whether we could sell one.
Doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. That's what I like to say, but this morning now, please.
Thanks, sir. Can you try that again?
Have you met Tim and Jesse?
I don't think I have, but we'll figure it out today. I'm pretty good at this stuff. I've done it a few times. I'm Ty Wheeler. I'm the managing attorney of Kansas Legal Service over in Portage. We've got about 7 counties we cover. We are a statewide, private, not-for-profit law firm. What that means is we operate under the same rules as every other attorney in town operates under, except we're not in this to make money. And some years we do fit in that, some years we break even, some years we make just a little bit of money. This year has been maybe the most interesting year in my 30 years of practice. We had the COVID panic hit, and we shut down for about 3 months. The courts just shut down. The courts weren't doing anything, and if it was not an emergency hearing with somebody in jail, they weren't doing anything. And they went to sending us home, work from home. We got lucky. Federal government stepped in for us and gave us a protection loan. Basically a grant, allowed us to cover 2 months of salary where we really weren't earning anything. That was good. They also gave us a $150,000 LLC grant, Legal Services Corporation. That's our federal funding. And that grant was to give us technology to work from home. So the girls in my office all got to buy a printer to print stuff at home. They got to buy headphones and cameras for their laptops. The attorneys already had laptops with cameras and everything on them. And we basically worked from home for about 2 months. After about 2 months, the attorneys went back into the office because we have a pretty big office and we get spread out. About a month later, the secretaries came back. And then, since then, it has been, depending on which county we're dealing with, it has been very interesting to see how they've handled this pandemic. Coffee County tends to do a lot of things still in person. Matter of fact, I have an in-person hearing here at 10:30. Morris County, Marion County, Lyon County, everything's on Zoom. I have not done an in-person hearing in Lyon County until last week, since last March. It's been all on Zoom. I sort of like Zoom because it lets me do hearings in Anderson County and Marion County within 15 minutes of each other, where usually I have a 3-hour drive time between the two. Once we got back into doing hearings, the courts have gone crazy. They have tried to catch up. For a long time, we did not have domestic violence cases coming in. People were afraid to file stuff, and they didn't know how to file stuff. In the past, if you wanted to file a protection order, abuse order, you go down to the courthouse, fill it out, an SOS advocate would show up and help you fill it out, and we'd get a phone call about when the second hearing is. Well, when the courthouse was shut down, you couldn't just walk in and fill out forms anymore. So along with the Office of Judicial Administration, our court systems, the judges, and your judges have been very helpful. We developed a system where people could fill out forms without ever having to contact with anybody. They could email them to us and we'd just go ahead and file them. That worked great. Now the state has come in their infinite wisdom, and developed a system where they just email them straight to the courts. I don't like that as much. Two reasons. One, it cuts down on our involvement, and we're there to help people. And two, nobody proofs them. Nobody reads them before they go to the court. Sometimes you got to put language in there that says the right thing. What one person thinks is abuse, another person doesn't. I had a case, a few years ago now, where we just rejected this lady. We told her we didn't have the staff or resources to do the case. And I get a call from a shelter advocate saying, why did you reject her? I said, well, there's not really any abuse. He's saying things like, she's fat. That's it. I said, that's not really up to our level of abuse. Well, she was in the shelter with busted orbital socket and 3 broken ribs. She didn't tell us that. She didn't think that was abusive. That's just normal. The number of cases that we have done during last year, during 2020, has gone up from the year before, which amazes me because we had such a period of shutdown, but they went up. Coffee County, the total number of cases went up 36. Now, part of that is we've got a new contract in Burlington, the city of Burlington, to do part of the public defender contract over there. Judge Campbell was kind enough to help us out financially that way. Judge Campbell has sat on our board of directors the last 8 years, I think. He was the president last year. He's now off the board. He's served his 2 terms. He has to get off. He is on my local advisory board. He and 2 other attorneys, 3 community members and 3 client eligible members are on my advisory board. They sit down and help me develop the priorities, what cases we take, what cases we don't touch. And we try not to take anything that the private bar is willing to take. If I've got somebody that comes in and says, listen, I want to get divorced because my husband is getting out of jail. He's been in jail for 3 years. I want to marry my new boyfriend. Not probably touching that case at all. Doesn't fall in our priorities. Not even going to be a reject. It'll be a matter. It's just nothing. The lady calls up and says, listen, I think my husband is touching my son. He beats me up when he gets drunk. Yeah, we're getting involved in that case. Now, every once in a while we get a case where we get involved where I get the protective order. And that's an order saying stay away from her. And after I get the protective order, when I looked at their finances, I realized this is not a case I should be in. This is a case the private bar would want. I had one case not too long ago. Lady had maybe $6 million in real estate in line in Greenwood County. Now it was all in joint names, and there was a retirement account. I think it was over $500,000. Took one look at that and said, okay, I just need to start calling attorneys and shopping this case around. That lady came to us because she couldn't afford to go to another attorney because all the money was tied up. But sooner or later, the attorney's going to get their share of that. They'll be able to divide that out and get involved. More often than that, I get a phone call from a local attorney saying, hey, Ty, this lady is sitting in my office right now talking about a divorce. It's a really bad situation. She can't afford me. She can't afford my retainer. Retainers right now on an average divorce go anywhere from about $2,000 to $25,000. I don't know many people who just have that on hand laying around. They would have to save for it, and I think that's a horrible thing to have to save for when you're getting beat up every weekend when he comes home drunk. Our I wrote out the type of cases I did for UNChase and Coffee County this year. I did 12 civil cases. 3 of those were divorce cases, 1 paternity, and 4 protective orders. I also did 1 foreclosure case where somebody was trying to foreclose on somebody that they really didn't have the right to foreclose on. And a housing issue where we had a landlord mistreating some people. And I did 1 disability case. We used to do the adult disability cases in Emporia. We don't do them anymore. We do them in Topeka and Wichita. That's where the offices of hearing and appeals are. And we do that to avoid the travel issue. On children's cases, we still do them locally because you've got to meet with the kids a lot more often than you do with the adults. And you got to get local information on the kids that you don't have to get on the adults. You got to get school records. You got to get doctor's records. You got to get parent records. You got to get other peer records, that sort of thing. So we do those locally. Advices have gone down to 3. It used to be in the 40 to 50 range. The reason they've gone down so much is we now have 2 dedicated full-time attorneys that all they do is advise people. They work from home, and somebody calls in, and immediately they're talking to an attorney. They do the intake, boom, they're patched into an attorney right then and there, or that attorney gets an email with a phone number to call back. So they get advice the same day. When the field offices were doing that, it was maybe the next day or 3rd day or 4th day. So it's working a lot better for our clients. I've been doing this job for 30 years. When I came to work here, I thought I'd be here 2 years. I thought I'd get my experience and move on. Then I found out I had a job I liked. I get to help people. I get to do important work. So anyway, are there any questions about what I do?
Not from me.
And this year, I'm asking for the same amount I asked for last year, $8,000. I know with COVID, asking for any increase was probably going to be met with a no anyway. But, you know, during this year, we've had a pretty good year this year with people who stepped in to help us. And we did all right.
The form
You had to do
says,
what?
yeah, the form says 10,000.
Oh,
You had 8, 2020, 9 in 2021, and now you're asking for 10, 22.
okay. I didn't do the letter, I'm sorry. I've got a new secretary helping me with the commission stuff.
Yeah, your letter does.
Whatever I received last year, I'm asking for the same amount, okay?
So on the budget form, we just take that down to 8 as opposed to 10.
Yes.
That's fine.
Last year was 9.
Oh,
Last
if
year.
you give me last year,
I think it was 8 last year. I think that's
This
a
year.
typo there.
This
too.
year is 9.
okay. Whatever this year is, I'm requesting the same amount for next year.
If
I don't want any increase, just let me stay the same and I'll be happy.
If I remember right, last year, we stated 8, I think. We'd have to look at the records. A question, Todd. Children's Disability Project
Yes,
program is still active.
yes.
6 successful cases, 169,000 direct benefits. What are you saying in that? What are you saying there?
Each kid, when we get them on benefits, they get $783 a month for 12 months. That's this year. We know they're gonna be on three years until they review that. So we just assume they're on for 3 years. Now, many of these kids, they never come off disability. If you've got a child who can't walk and is wheelchair bound and probably gonna be wheelchair bound for the rest of his life, he's probably gonna be able to get disability for the rest of his life or until he gets a job. Certain disabilities just last longer. So, and there are a lot of other indirect benefits they get. They get a medical card. That's probably the most important for our kids. You know, if you've got a blind child and you're getting a free medical card that goes with it, helps that child go to the doctor. I don't know how much a year that's saving you, but it's a lot more than the
A lot of money.
$700 a month. Yep.
Actually, we gave you 8,500.
That's what I'm asking
So
for.
we got three different numbers.
Different numbers.
I'm fine with any of it, just because I think it's very beneficial
I do too.
service to any county. Very, very, very beneficial. I wouldn't have a problem with the 10, and we'll give you
I wouldn't either, we
8,500.
wouldn't have to change it.
Pardon me?
I wouldn't either, we wouldn't even have to change the form then, what they requested.
That'd be great.
I think it's
I don't have any problem with 10 for the services they provide for our county. You know, an extra $1,000 or $2.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So we need to put that in.
And I'll
You need to change the letter.
I'll resend you one.
Just need a budget request form, it is.
Okay, I'll send you a letter. And I always tell the commissioners this because it's important to me. If you guys have somebody that comes to you with a legal problem and you don't know it to deal with them, place them off on me.
I sent a few your way.
Yep. I knew somebody had, I didn't know who. But place them off on me. That's what I'm there for. I do the same thing with Wade. If he's got a really bad battery case, he might send it to me for the domestic side of it. Matter of fact, I know he did on one case, so.
I don't know if any of them I sent your way got a hold of you, but I certainly did send them. Your way.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Y'all have a great day. I'm gonna go upstairs now.
Thank you.
Bye.
Very beneficial. So we did all agree we're just gonna leave it at the budget request form, 10.
We won't have to change it.
Okay, all right. Karen, you're up.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you guys?
Fine.
Good. Good morning. I'm Kara with Coffee County Transportation. I don't think I've met you, Jesse. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I submitted my budget for, my budget request for next year. To look real quick, I asked for 228,000, which is 200,000 in operations and 28,000 for capital, which will be 2 new vehicles. And just a reminder that we get 80% of our funding, which includes vehicles, and our operating from KDOT. There is some operating expenses that we have that KDOT doesn't cover, but for the most part, they do cover almost all of our expenses now. We used to have one vehicle that was strictly county funded. We don't have that one anymore. All of our vehicles are now under the KDOT program, so all of our vehicles expenses are assisted with KDOT. So our building expansion is coming along very nicely. They started sheetrocking this morning. So there's no doors on yet, so feel free to stop by anytime. You can see.
Can't lock the door, can't lock the
Hey,
door.
you can't lock the door, can't lock it up. I can't believe they haven't had any trouble with anything disappearing, but they haven't, so. Anyway, so when we do the grand opening, I'll be inviting you guys again, and I appreciate you too for coming to the groundbreaking. That was a nice representation for the county, so.
Are you on target for what capital outlay was set up for last year?
Yes, we are. The office expansion, because when I submitted my grant was actually in 2018, if you guys remember, obviously inflation really went up. But KDOT's covering the difference.
They're covering the difference
And
for you?
so we only still are responsible for 20% of that original amount that I requested.
So in other words, we're ending up funding 15% or 12%.
So that's good. I did just submit another grant request last week to KDOT, but I have the funds already for the matching, so I wasn't asking you guys to match that. It was just a small grant, and it's just for a few things that would be nice for especially the drivers to have. Right now, we have a shop vac that hangs on the wall, and they take it off the wall and carry it to whatever bus they're cleaning. And it's about 10 or 11 years old, so I would imagine it's gonna not last too much longer. So in that grant, I asked for like a central vacuum to be put in the new part of the building, and then drops to be dropped along the buses along the way, so more than one could be vacuumed. And then a power washer for our cars. Right now, not like an automatic, but one that the drivers would run. Right now, they use a 5-gallon bucket and scrubbies to wash our cars. And if you see any of our vehicles, they are clean. They're very seldom you see one that's really dirty. And that's all because the drivers clean them multiple times a week. And then an air compressor to be able to blow the tracks out, and air tires if we need to add a little bit of air to the tires or something. An air compressor that would be reasonable for that as well. Right now we have it's like an air bubble on wheels that we have. So it works, but you know, if KDOT thinks that it's worthy, they'll approve that. Like I said, I didn't ask for matching money for that because I already had that matching money kind of set aside for those things. So
How many vehicles is in your 2021? How many vehicles do you have running?
we have 9 vehicles, but one of them is a backup. So we run 8 buses. That's my goal.
Is that the buses and cars and?
Yes, that's everything from the minivans to the cutaways and the Ford Transits all. We obviously during COVID, we ran some days at the beginning of COVID when everything really shut down. There were some days we only ran 1 because that's all we needed. But most of the time we ran 4 or 5 throughout COVID until I would say probably November is when it started picking back up. And now I don't have enough staff right now. Like I just did July's schedule, and I only have 3 days in July that I have enough drivers that I can run 8 buses. So if you know anybody looking for a part-time job, it is part-time and we don't have benefits. That's the hard side of it. It's a really good job. It really is. And I'm very flexible with if you want time off. That's a lot of the reason why I don't have enough drivers right now, because it's a great retirement job. So I don't feel like I feel like I need to be taking into consideration my staff's wants. So, but if we had 8 front buses, if I had enough drivers to run 8 buses, we would fill up 8 buses every day. I shouldn't say fill up, not like as in every seat is taken every day, but we would have 8 buses running every day. We are back to taking multiple people. So if we have, for a while during COVID, we would, especially in the minivans, we'd only put 1 group of people, meaning a husband and wife or an individual, right? Now, if I have 2 people that are going to Emporia, we're back to taking them on the same bus because we have enough requests that I can't keep individual people out now. And just in case you guys are asked about it, we do have to require masks still on the buses. That is actually a federal law that Biden put in. And so it's weirdly under the TSA instead of DOT, but all public transportation across all the United States has to still require masks. So I have no say in that. But no, we haven't had any trouble. People are when we explain that, it's out of our hands, it's not our rule, we wouldn't require it if we didn't have to at this point, and they're pretty fine about it, so.
Your drivers need to be CDL.
No, they do not. I have a couple that are,
I'm
but
kind of surprised they don't require that.
yeah, and there's not even a passenger, like a chauffeur's license. They don't have to have that either because our biggest bus still only transports 12 people. So
Do they require a health card?
Yes,
Got it.
yes, they have to have a DOT physical, yes. Yeah, we have to have those, but we do not have to have, a CDL or a passenger, thing on your license or anything like that.
Drug screens?
Yep, drug screens. Mhm. They have to have a pre-employment, and then we go in a random pool with all of the public transportation across the state, so.
How much are you requesting?
228,000 total, that's 200,000 for operations and 28,000 for, 2 replacement vehicles.
Okay, over on your budget request, you only requested 784,000.
That's the total amount, for every, where's my, okay, that 784 is the total amount. Oh, I see where you're at.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you redo that one?
I will, I'm sorry. I obviously copied that number down.
Maybe
Yeah.
I'll hurry up and pass this.
Yeah, all the numbers are last week.
Yes, I will fix that. My apologies. Yes, it should just be 228,000.
228.
Uh-huh, yeah.
How much was it a year ago?
Yeah, I believe so.
How much?
237.
Looks like the numbers have been in the same well, unless you switch that. to-
Mine don't show 237, so,
Yeah, it shows 1.2 million.
Yeah.
so 1.3 million.
In 2021, we asked for 237,000, and in 2020, it was 220,000, so.
Everything looks good, so.
I will correct that, sorry.
The last sheet reflects the correct numbers.
The worksheet does.
Worksheet.
Yeah, that's what I
The
was
request
looking
itself.
Yeah.
I was looking at
Requested
the other.
doesn't.
at. I was looking at the last sheet,
Yeah, ours too.
Yeah,
$784,405 grand total.
yeah. And if you look under the 2021 estimate, that almost 2, that's because that includes the building.
Is capital after?
Yeah, that includes the building. So I expect to have all those expenses done, and we should be in September, so. They're running really well on track, so thankfully they got the shell enclosed for the most part before we got all that rain, so they were still able to do some working, so.
I haven't been by there since the concrete laid, but it looked like they've done a good job on the concrete.
Yeah.
But I haven't been by there 3 weeks probably.
Yeah, last week, the plumbers and the electricians were there running all the outlets and plumbing and stuff. Not plumbing in the ground, obviously that was already done, but the AC stuff. And then, this morning they were there too rocking, so.
I was out of state on your groundbreaking, so sorry I missed that.
That's okay, that's all right, I
Had a
understand.
good crowd, good turnout.
We did have a very nice
Good
crowd,
turnout.
so, yeah, it was a nice turnout for our groundbreaking. I was very pleased, so. Anyway, do you guys have anything else?
Thanks
I
for
do not.
thanks for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you guys for your support. I will correct that form though and get it in today, so.
I wasn't looking at the worksheet, I was looking at the.
Yeah,
cover
well, it is
sheet, so
in the, the
worksheet's
request
correct.
form is incorrect, so I will get that corrected and get it into you guys, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Joe, my item back over there, I not posted.
No.
There's nobody behind the post.
Okay, all right, just making
Just
sure.
Bob and Angel.
See them too. Well, Daryl's not scheduled till 9:45, so we have a few minutes. We got checks and vouchers today as well. Did you Angel or Bob have anything to add today? No?
We're just kind of hanging.
Okay, I
Wait
think
to see
we're,
what we're gonna do.
Wade was,
We're waiting on Wade on that.
yeah. We assume he's gonna join us here later in the meeting, so. While we're waiting on Darrell, I guess.
I think we could probably go through with the fiber board proposal. The two proposals that they gave last week.
Uh-huh,
We tabled it for this week.
we did. You know, they're, I don't remember exactly, is that money from,
It's directly from COVID relief that can be spent on wireless,
Broadband,
yes.
that's already in our account, is it not?
I believe it has already been granted. Is that correct, Fred?
I believe the money has come from the state to the counties, yes.
I believe it's the.
But I do know also Wade was supposed to be putting together a team, if you will, like they did on the first go around of who gets what and what gets who or whatever. So, if we're allowed to use this money for broadband, I don't know if that's whether we just go ahead and do that or.
My thing is the amount of residents you're gonna touch from this broadband expansion is far greater than what the fiber optic budget was to bring fiber throughout, and which not everybody gets the fiber.
Right.
So, you know, you spent over millions of dollars on the fiber and it touched very few. We can spend 500,000 or 600,000 and touch many. And it's, if I'm correct, this is all backed up by the fiber.
Fiber will go directly to the towers, so it'll run back
Which is
to
very
the
fast.
office on fiber, so they'll be able to, you know, the speed will be much greater for everybody connected. We won't have the, you know, people, you know, plugging up the pipe, more to say. The pipe's big enough to handle everybody.
Yeah, because all the routers just sit here and get overused, and they don't have the fiber
Enough
doesn't
bandwidth
allow
for everybody to get through. The fiber will allow it.
to pull it out. And so I move that we approve it, but that's, I think.
We're not the only county in this situation.
No.
Where we're subsidizing other people to bring that type of service to their community. I mean, just so that everyone else knows, I mean, this is not a specialty type deal. It's every community, every county's faced with the same.
You ask everybody in rural Kansas if they have fast enough internet, that's no.
Well, that study shows, you know, we don't.
But again, other counties are helping subsidize companies to get that type of service to their citizens, am I correct? I mean, because
Lyon County, I believe they said was
$40 million.
$40 million.
Yeah, they're donating
Subsidized.
40 million to the cause, so. I think this is, and Jesse's sitting on her fiber board, so I'd have to back him on this one.
I've learned a lot on fiber since I started, which we've only met a few times, and it's really helped me understand, you know, the pipeline that comes in, that supports the fiber and so on and so forth. You know, when beforehand it was just mind-numbing to me. It's interesting now and seeing what we spent on fiber throughout the county, and people could not connect to it in the route because it wasn't feasible.
The expense of adding a last mile to your house.
Yes.
How far does this reach out to the farming industry?
Well, you can see your map. I don't know if you got to see the map, but
This,
they're talking 8 miles, a minimum.
the 8
Well,
mile,
I'm gonna say they're gonna point 8 miles right now.
8 mile radius, so 16 mile circle.
16 mile diameter.
So from like Waverly, you know, it'd be 8 Mile.
Not to the county line.
Yeah. And so, I mean, and they're hoping, depending on, brush coverage or what do they want?
Hills, you know, buildings,
That
you know,
overgrowth or
Yeah, he
something.
called it direct
Yeah.
sight, so
I
to
mean,
speak.
with the satellite they're using, they're hoping to penetrate the tree canopy.
the bandwidth will penetrate tree canopy easier than the current wireless system. You know, it's a slower bandwidth, but but it allows it to go through solid objects, where the current wireless that they use, you know, if there's something in the way, you can't get it.
What's the time frame of having everything completed?
There never really was.
I believe they have set one up here in Burlington. They know how it works, yeah, so I don't want to speak for them, but they would like to do it soon.
So you're talking about 6 months or?
I'm gonna say 6 months,
6
yeah.
months to a year, yeah.
And, I think the proposal was like 550,000.
Yes.
I just want to say, I was here when this all came about, and I was opposed to it at the time. And since then, since last year, I discovered that internet is pretty important to everyone. It hasn't been. I honestly don't think we got what we were told we were getting the first time. And I really don't want to spend another $550,000 to a private company. But if we don't do it, we've wasted $2.2 million that we put into it. So I'm probably going to have to support it this time, because hopefully this is the last time they come in and want us to support them on their stuff. And my only concern is, like I said last week, what about the little private guys who came in and kind of made internet available? I hope we don't restrict them and run them out of business.
Like I said, they are a small company, and we've been trying to get people to do this for, 20 years, or however long, we finally have somebody that came with a proposal that can reach most of the county. So, that's,
But Jesse's moved it, we,
Well, there's two parts. There's part 1 and part 2.
mhm.
The part 1 is the library broadband expansion, increasing the library Wi-Fi internet pipe from 250 MG to 500 MG monthly cost, from $250 a month. This would start July 1 and run through June 30th of 22. Total cost of $3,000. And I think, is that to up it so people don't have to sit in,
It's just
as fast
speed.
as more people.
more people are using.
Parking out in front.
Yeah, so it just gives them a better speed.
And that will be still covered under the COVID, right?
Yes.
The only question I would got on the COVID funds is if we're allowed to use out of the 1.6 million, I believe it was, is there a percentage that we can use towards it? And if we max that out or we're below it or whatever, if we look at our fund balances, we still do have 400,000 in the fiber optic system construction. So I'm assuming once we do approve funding this, that we can draw from that as well as the COVID funds if needed.
Right.
Or from the COVID funds and from this fund if needed.
Once you use the COVID up, you could move over to the budget.
Yeah, like I said, there's 400,000 sitting there now.
In my understanding, this was fully covered under COVID.
That's what my
Okay.
understanding was.
Mine too, but I haven't seen all the fine print.
Correct.
Everything else.
I understand.
Have we received those funds on the COVID?
They are sitting in our account, I guess,
They're
somewhere.
in the account.
They're
Part
not on
2,
our fund balances right now, but
part 2, coffee can broadband expansion, increasing countywide internet pipe from 150 MB to 2,500 MB. Monthly is $1,000 per month, plus one-time cost of $1,500. That would start August 1 and run through June 30th of 2022. That's a $12,500 increase. So grand total, just for expand broadband coffee can network through June 30th of 2022 is $15,500.
That second part is for the courthouse, the hospitals, all of the fiber board members,
What's-
libraries.
What's the cost to the individual people that's hooking up to it? Or has it available to them?
Right at the moment, I don't know that there's been a,
On the county fiber, nobody, it is a private network for us.
So it is zero cost to the household.
No,
That's what I'm asking.
just to the courthouse and the hospital.
What part are you asking about, Don?
He's gonna ask about when we do the 550,
Okay.
what it's gonna cost monthly per household for the internet.
See, that's my question. What's that cost?
They plan for it to be comparable with what you would pay any other internet provider to make it competitive. There will be a cost.
So will it?
If you're currently paying $60 for
$50
internet,
or $7,500,
yeah,
that is
they're gonna
still,
try and
that's
save
still
that
unknown.
range. Yeah, still unknown.
I'm surprised I'm surprised they can't give you a cost.
They probably can. I can check, see if he has an idea on the cost.
And I'm not saying I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna be for it, but I think see that come out to be $200.
Let me go.
To me, that's, ought to be something right up front of the
That's
office.
to expand it for the portions in the hospital,
We're gonna pay $1,000 a month for you now.
to expand. I believe that is right. Yeah, because that was 250 a month, the other was 1,000 per month. The ones for the library, for raising the libraries is $250 a month.
I'm sorry.
So we're gonna pay $12,500.
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna pay $1,000 on top
Yeah.
of
It's
that.
usually fairly functional.
For free Wi-Fi at your libraries and for the courthouse and the hospital.
So
So $12,000 a year.
so this is gonna be for 1 year then,
Yes,
and then it's $1,000 a month after that.
right. That's the way I understand it.
Okay. That's straight.
Yeah, the top one's $3,000, and the bottom is 12.5%. Equals 15,000.
$2.2 million, and we do get something for free out of that.
Well, you're getting everybody that drives up to the library and sits out in the parking lot and hooks to the Wi-Fi.
You just got the library.
Well, I know, but a lot of people, I mean, a lot of kids go to the libraries.
But if we get it countywide, like this 5.5 million, 5,500, is supposed to get it, then they won't have to drive to the library.
Yeah, as long as they can afford
The
it.
stuff at the library is free.
Well, it's free to the people
Free
who
to
drive
people
up,
who
it's
drive
not
up,
free to.
Anybody that has the ability to go up there to connect to the internet is free.
But if everybody gets it, why are we gonna need the free at the library?
The monthly cost will be about $60.
Per household.
$60 per household. $60 to $90,
That's
depending on their
lower,
speed.
lower than what most
And
of
to
them
get
are.
the 3 down and 25 out,
25, yeah.
or 25
That's
down.
that's
3 up.
their minimum. 25 down and 3 up. That's a pretty good internet speed.
Yes, it is.
I think that's something we need.
Upload and download.
Upload 20, the average person, unless you're connected to a fiber or a quick stuff, I think the study said the average was probably 10. We're gonna do 25.
What is fiber up and down? I was thinking about that last night.
You know, it could be up to 10 gig, really, yeah, wow. So it's, right now it's pretty unlimited. But I just called and they said $60 is the base price, and depending on how much you want, it'll go up to 90 for business.
Whichever package.
Whichever package you want.
Well, within range of what's already out there. It's a little bit lower than
When
most.
you're, in different ranges, what you get, you just, when you get the internet, when you get fiber, you're not getting fiber.
Well, you're not getting fiber.
You're not.
This is wireless. This is wireless.
And yes, it is different, you know, you pay for, I can buy this much of fiber. You know, I can get this much fiber for $1,000. I can get this much fiber for $20,000. It's, you know, there is different prices.
I'm honest.
It all goes through your flux capacitor.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, the technology they're talking about is above my head too, and what Jesse said on our fiber board, I mean,
He's learned a
Lincoln
lot.
County spent so far,
Well,
and if every community is faced with the same situation, and seems like most counties are contributing tax dollars to help better service the citizens, and
They're realizing internet connection is kind of like having electricity now.
yes,
It's surprising how many home businesses we have now.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think last year kids trying to learn from home has made a whole different life on the internet. Hopefully we never have to use that again.
And it's just getting more and more. There's so many things you
Yeah.
can't get.
Since you found out it works in most cases for businesses, it's really changing.
Yes.
What the future's like.
At my office, I know you could sit there at 3:45. We could be sailing away on the internet, you know, doing work. And then at 3:45 or 4 o'clock, it dives off because all the kids are out of school.
Yeah.
And so they went from using
Yeah,
out,
having
you know, and it just slows
100
everything
people on it
down.
to having 300 people
Yeah.
on it.
It's crazy.
I'm
There's not a motion in here. I don't know what we need to approve. I mean, I move to approve
I
Project one.
project.
both projects.
Yeah, it's kind of two parts, both project. It's project 1 and 2 to expand broad bandwidth to Coffee Can throughout June 30th of 2022, or 2022. Part 1, part 2, at a cost of $15,500. And then also the Coffee County Wireless Project, project number 2.
I would like to say, since we have two different quotes, two different projects.
Do one and do the
take
other.
at a time.
I said it needs to be two.
That's fine. I'll move to approve project 1, expand broadband to Coffee Can Network through June 30th, 2022, and a total cost of $15,500 for the upgrade.
Is that sufficient, Denise?
Yeah, I'll probably go back and listen and type.
Okay. Would you like a copy of what he's talking about? Would that help you more? Tim's got one right there. So that one you got in front of you is project 1, and then when you flip the page, it'll be project 2, so if that will help. So,
Mr. Chairman, I was upstairs listening and overheard you say that we have not received the rescue plan money yet.
okay,
I don't know how, if you guys already figured that out. I'm on delay watching you upstairs, but that money has not been received yet.
okay, I thought for some reason, I thought it had been.
I didn't too.
I know we didn't have 2 weeks ago, but I didn't know what happened in the last 2 weeks.
Well, last I was told was Wade was working on getting someone to be the person who has to oversee this.
Correct.
And like I said, and that Angie had applied for it, but nothing has hit the funds or the bank.
Okay. apologize, I thought it had.
Same here.
Where did we hear that?
Well, I thought it was discussed in here.
I did too. I know the money has been applied for, but I don't know.
I remember the reply, that's all I
I
remember.
don't remember whether we ever, I don't know.
Well, I know it was discussed to start a new fund. We don't have a new fund, and like I said, I would know when it hits the bank because it's gonna hit by ACH, and we would have to receive it right away. So,
Okay, well, then,
just so you're aware.
the motion needs to read in upon receipt of funds, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, a person could do it that way on the receipt of the funds. We didn't vote on the first one.
Correct, but I mean, before we proceed any further, we need,
With
here comes Bobby with some more information, probably. You got some more information for us, Bob?
Yes, I just want to provide clarity.
I see you walked by, I knew you had
I've
something.
served the treasurer come down. So the status on the money is, the clerk has applied for it. The county has received an award of 1.5 million.
And maybe that's where we misunderstood that we already had the funds.
The funds are not in-house, but they are applied for. They're in route. We will receive half of it in one disbursement and the other half at some point later. But it is in route, and the commission may approve things pending receipt of the money.
That's where I was just headed, so.
Yes, sir.
That's all right. So we've got the first one. We'll vote.
Well, you made a motion,
We haven't got a second yet.
we haven't got a second yet, so,
Well, that's $15,500. I don't know that has to go.
but in our motion, should it say pending
We
receipt
could.
of funds?
In the
That's my
motion,
question.
it could. We could tie it both to the CARES money.
Yeah.
So I think they was wanting to do this regardless of the CARES money. Up in the pipe for the county, I think they was wanting to do that regardless of the CARES money. That's why there's two. Am I right, Bobby?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is going, then we can take this out of the fire group.
Okay.
The 15,000.
That motion need to be, part one, funds to come from,
We still pin it to the CARES money, and if it doesn't do it, we can step out.
You could.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. This is not CARES money. That money has already been spent and is a zero balance.
right, I mean, I think we're just using CARES because that was a terminology used first go around. so-
My concern is if you say you're gonna spend it out of the CARES money and that's already got a zero balance, that may cause you
Yeah,
an issue. It's a ARP, American Rescue Plan.
Rescue plan, okay.
Because even in their paperwork, they have CARES.
Mhm. I,
That is correct, Commission. It gets confusing. There's so many different funds coming down from
Yeah,
the
right.
stimulus, or the Fed, but this particular money we're proposing to spend on this project is the ARPA second round.
What's last day stand for?
Sir?
American Rescue Plan, what's the last day?
Act.
Huh? Act.
clear as mud now?
Clear as mud. Spit it out.
Does it need to be amended or?
Well, we haven't got a second yet, so I think we'll amend it as we go here.
It may have just died.
I think we're in discussion. Trying to figure out the right terminology.
Does this need to be tabled until we absolutely have that other money in hand? We're probably guaranteed to get them, we're probably guaranteed to get them, but yet we're not.
Well, and then that way we don't have to kick it down the highway. We've already approved it. If we don't get the money, we don't do the project.
Get out of the way.
I mean, that's the way I look at it, because you're upon approval.
I have no problem with that either. Other than how quickly you got to issue this 15.5. You don't want to issue it without knowing you're gonna get the whole thing.
Well, this is two parts.
Yeah.
This is two parts. It's one up in the broadband for Coffee Can is this part, is part one and part two of it. That's at $15,500. I believe they have an account that's got 400 and some thousand
The
dollars.
fiber accounts got 400.
Yeah, I believe that first project will happen regardless.
Okay, it'll happen.
It needs
That was
to
my question.
Yeah.
This here will happen regardless of whether
Yes,
we continue on.
yes.
And the other we can put pending the
And receipt,
Receivable.
the receipt,
receipt of the
American Rescue
American
Plan.
Rescue,
whatever that last.
AARP or whatever the heck it is.
We would like to, use the CARES, which is what ARPA money on the first project if it's available, but that first project will happen.
So couldn't we
So
do
maybe
two?
that's where the confusion came in, because somebody did say we were awarded, so we all assumed it's,
It's here.
So could both motions say upon receipt of the ARPA, and then if we don't get it for too long, we can actually go into the fund and pay the other one and pay the fund back? That,
I don't know the American Rescue Plan, if you can reimburse. I just don't know.
I would say the,
Jesse's saying the first one, the 15.5 needs to happen regardless.
yes.
Is that
That's what,
correct?
and that's what Brad
So
said.
we can approve that one and have it come out of the fiber optic system construction money. And then the other one can say pending receipt.
but if the money is available for both of them, why don't we put pending both of them? We may get the money tomorrow.
Well, I guess the only reason I say that is because Brad and Jesse are saying this first project number one needs to happen regardless. Irregardless of the receipt of those funds.
And you want to start July the 1st of this year.
That was,
Yes.
Couple days.
Oh,
If it needs to happen, it's not gonna be pending. We need to make it happen.
And we can tie if we receive ARPA.
I don't believe any funds have been spent yet for this, but it is planned to, do the hardware and stuff, get it going by July 1 or next month, soon.
Thursday.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to wait and think about it, and make sure we're wording it correctly, that's fine.
I don't know if it's worded correctly or not.
What way to be the only one that can say we rule it correctly.
But I just throwing the motion out there to approve.
There's two parts on project one, too. One of them doesn't take place till August the 1st, the other one takes place July the 1st.
Right.
So the one above, the first one is 3,000. And the other one, 12,500. If we do the first one, we can pay it out of the first part of that.
However complicated you want it to be.
It can be.
I want to pay it all of it.
Well, I would love for it to pay for all of it, but, I mean, we don't know that it's gonna happen yet.
Well, again, project number one has two parts, and it needs to happen regardless of project number two. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I read you what I have?
Sure.
Night move to approve funding for part one of expanding bandwidth to Coffee Can Network through June 30th, 2022, with total funding of $15,500 to come from the Fiber Board Construction Fund.
Move.
Need a second? I'll second it.
I'm with.
That probably should say project one, not part one,
Okay,
because project one has two parts.
Jesse moved,
All second.
Tim seconded, all in favor.
Aye.
Motion passes by.
When does this have to be paid?
I don't know that, so that would be.
You know, if it doesn't have to be paid right away, we may have that other money we
We
can
may have
do
to,
it.
yes.
So you want to go on to project two?
That's where we're
And
gonna,
this is the one that would be upon
upon receive of
the ARPA.
ARPA second round.
I just would be the first.
It comes in two floors,
That's all right.
that's what they said.
Chairman, I move that we accept project 2 for Coffee County Wireless Project pending approval from federal funds, ARPA, in the amount of $550,000,
Up to.
up to $550,000 to expand the internet accessibility for Lebo, Waverly, Gridley, and Leroy wireless development.
Sound good, Denise?
Yeah, I'll have to listen back again.
Okay. He's basically reading off the paper, so on pending receipt of the ARPA funds. from
So-
the government, so.
Here's my question with that. With what they've already done in Burlington, that will cover New Strand.
They did New Strong first.
Or John's already there?
They
Okay.
New Strong first.
I just didn't want to leave you out, Mark.
Yeah, what was wrong with part of it?
The test is the South Burlington one that they just brought online
Just brought on last week.
Thursday,
2 weeks ago, yes.
2 weeks ago, 2 Thursdays ago, something like that. And so that was really their main test.
Yeah, that's where we got the terminology carried. It is,
So you're covered.
We're good.
so Jesse's moved
All second.
and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you, Brad, for your help.
That's gonna be another one.
It's gonna possible.
It's gonna be maybe possible.
It could be right in this one.
They're hoping if that doesn't, the Jacobs Creek, hoping if this doesn't touch Jacobs Creek, they're hoping to maybe be able to put up a satellite or something at New Strong, shoot across Redmond
Right,
to a tower at Jacobs Creek. That's what they're looking for.
that's how far technology has come since the fiber optic thing started.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That is.
Yes, ma'am. Daryl's not here today. Huh?
So I can answer any questions that you might have from last week.
We don't have any, or I don't have any.
I,
I was gonna bring it up though, that, the proposal for the building, I think, is probably a long time coming. Probably not a bad idea.
I'm gonna say if whoever quoted this building,
Well, the only thing I would back up and say on that, and I know where you're headed, because I'm thinking the same thing, I believe that a firm ought to be hired to design it or something, instead of just,
If you give us the direction to do that, we will do that. I mean, this was just a rough estimate. If you want us to go get 3 bids, we'll go get 3 bids.
well, the only thing I say about that is, I mean, when you hire a construction manager, so to speak, you're getting apples to apples, not, oh, I didn't price granite countertops, I priced Formica, or,
Right.
you know, I get a tile floor as opposed to a concrete floor. I just want to make sure your 3 bids is apples to apples.
And we would have to have someone
Some
draw
sort of
up the specs
Specs,
to do
and I'm
that.
guessing that's what I'm leaning toward.
And if that's where we're at and you're ready for us to do that, we will do it. But we did not want to take that step until we had some direction. We wanted to get a ballpark, that's what we were asked for, and that's what we got.
I'd say the only flooring, if I had anything to say on it, the only flooring needs to be in there is concrete. Nothing else.
Right.
No tile, no laminate, no wood, concrete.
So,
pretty easily maintained.
so basically you're wanting us to either give you the approval to go ahead and go farther or tell you, sorry. I'm for giving the approval to go ahead and do what is necessary to get this rolling, because this project, when we do it, I want to be able to get started on it after the fair is over this year, so that by next year, this building is completed and it could be used as it's to purpose, one of the purposes for it to be used. But we can't, I don't think we can stall around and stomp our feet, because if we wait and then we tear it down and then that building is not there for next year's fair, they're out a building that the public uses for a week.
I agree.
So
I think
I'm in favor of giving them, do we need a motion to give them to go ahead?
I do not know, where are you gonna pull the funds from? You got 8 million in capital improvement.
There's 8 million sitting in capital improvement.
Capital improvements, where I was thinking.
Okay.
But
You got,
Reserve,
you got community improvement reserve too, so
What's in it?
4.4.
I'm okay since it's a building for capital improvement.
I think that's
That
probably where it's
should be where it comes from,
Yeah.
for building.
So
Have you got somebody that you can retain to specifically write the specs so all 3 or 4 bidders?
Well,
That's what they're gonna do.
we will find someone to do that. We do not have someone today because like I
I didn't
said,
know that K-State would have anybody in their line or not.
I'm sure there's somebody.
To
up
me,
there.
there's probably somebody at K-State that could specifically write specs that
Sure.
everybody needs to bid on.
Sure. We will, I mean, we have several different names that have been given to us to write those specs. So, and if you tell us we need 3 bids, we'll get 3 bids on those specs.
For that many dollars, to me, you gotta have a minimum of 3.
well, it's kind of like Kara's deal up there at the bus barn, I think. I mean, that hit a website where there was 10 people looking at that. So, a lot of people looked
It
at
went through the state, I'm sure. It went through DOT, didn't it?
No,
Oh, it didn't?
it was a different,
First of all, we need to get it written up and know what we want, and then put it out for bids. And it could-
I guess what I'm saying is when a project's engineered, it gets put out on the World Wide Web, for lack of better terminology, to where lots of contractors from all around will look at it. Local ought to get some sort of,
Well, you still got your local percentage.
yeah. So is everybody agreeing that ag office ought to move forward? I think it's beneficial to 4-H kids as well as the ag extension, as well as the community.
I think it'll be a good community building also, the back part of it will be used for a lot of community things.
As long as it doesn't interfere with 4-H number 1.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Sounds like
Okay, we'll proceed then.
we're all in agreement.
Get it back to you.
Are you still looking for an office to go for temporary?
Well, that's part of this.
Don't stop.
Well, no, we're still looking, but the question is if this is gonna occur, we can go somewhere temporarily, because basically everything we found, we're gonna have to do a build up. I mean, there's gonna have to be work done on the inside, because all the spaces are wide open spaces, you know. But temporarily, we could put up cubicles or something like that. But, you know, we just kind of like to know whether we're going to a semi-permanent place or a permanent 3 to 5 year place.
Well, you and I've had this conversation many times that most ag offices are at the fairgrounds. So, you know, just being a plus for 4-H as well as fair and everything else. Sounds like everybody's in agreement.
Okay, we will proceed, and yes, we are continuing to look for space.
Okay.
So, do we have any time guidelines that you guys want us to,
Quick as possible.
there's,
I think that's your timeline too.
there's
isn't it?
about 24 days away.
We got a lot of stuff going on.
As quick as possible.
Your timeline is what I would say. I mean, you
Okay.
guys, it's your project, so.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you, Joe. We take a break while we wait on Wade for Bobby and, you know.
Sure, yeah, we can take a break, 10:15 roughly, give or take. Took 10 minutes. No. On break.
Over there.
Permits, huh? I'm sorry. Read a little further up. Standardization deal. Thank you, Art. There's that one.
That must have just been, that must have been the copy I was handing around, so I only need the one.
Oh, then you got another. All right.
No, I'm going over to that. Jill started working. And the contractor who stayed with me in. Really? She's, what cutting is, each of mine should go about 2 summers older than that. What she did. Been working as a contractor. The bright side of the thing is she's So that part I was scared. So she said, and I guess she's been looking for a lot of change. Still the same company, just had to reapply to get the, it's just big company. I don't think, first off, no kickback. Might be different. Although I didn't handle your stuff, but anyway. That's happening this week. And she'd already been doing some training. So today she's working for a while. Yeah, yeah. Well, at least you can, at least you can sit at home. Make more money than she does. And do basically the same thing she's doing. She was working for AIG for a while. And that was really. I'm working with comp plans for the state. She's always solid herself. Exactly. They're here illegally, how is that possible? That's why the system is broken and affordable. That's why insurance costs you this.
Global roundtable. Which really probably was the same. Now, you can't, and back then, you say, well, I don't know, I'm gonna send you to a doctor, another doctor. And so he sent you directly, y'all got to jump through, you didn't have to jump through, you go get that. Now you got it, this doctor, you got this doctor, this doctor. And so on and so forth, all this computer right here. Like you know, you got this system. But they don't know that. But I can't. Because each one of them, they go through the same process. But your records are called in your. You have to put the records through that doctor. That way you got to quickly say, this is gonna save you money, save me money here. And I'm like, honestly, wow, that's why I why that would be back. Because I learned that, I said, I'm horrible news, and I need to fix. Yesterday, Kim and I. Oh, Lordy.
Yeah.
partnership.
Thank you.
I see most of these on via email already.
I'm sorry?
I said, I see most all these on the email already.
Yeah.
What do they deal with there?
Email me then. You'll get him better than you.
There's papers on. Is, Wade coming down?
I just sent him a text. Well, I didn't ask him if he's coming down, I just told him good morning.
Good
Assuming he
morning.
would get the With that being said, you wanna do a round table or you wanna go into checks and vouchers?
I'm fine.
But Karen, did you have something else you wanted to share?
I did, I don't know whether, and maybe you want me to bring it up again if Wade comes down. In regards to the tax sale,
Oh, okay.
I just wanted, I had emailed, I think I sent you, Tom, an email, and I sent, Wade an email, and I didn't get a response back, so I just want to make sure that you're clear that the listing that was in the newspaper had several errors I found. I have contacted the attorney's office. They have not answered me as far as what their intentions are to correct it. They had wrong names in there. They had wrong legal descriptions in there. They had wrong years that were delinquent in there. Like I said, names, so that'd be ownership. I think the last I found like 29 or 30 things that were wrong, paid to be published. Because my understanding is that county is paying that publication fee, that is not, so if that has to be republished, that's on the county's dime.
So they didn't send it to the county to have it approved before it was put in the paper?
They sent me a list, they sent me a list and said, this is what we're gonna put in the paper. But I knew that I had sent them accurate information. So we're paying an attorney's firm. I don't think I should have to prove over it.
Right, no, I agree.
And, because I know what I sent them. But I just wanted to make you aware that, I've had, several people contact me about this. I've had a bank who said they've talked to their bank attorney. And I've had, a couple of other ones that have interest in the properties there. And like I said, names were wrong. And although I've never been in completely on a start to finish on a tax sale, I have went to several classes and we've talked about them and what to expect and stuff. And like I had put in my email, I expect this to cause some legal issues because if you go to sell a property and you didn't put it in there correctly, then that person would say, or you put the wrong name, I didn't receive notice.
Did they send the proof out prior to the first copy of the paper for us to verify?
They sent me a copy that said, this is what we're filing.
And with all the names and the legals?
Yeah, it had
And we didn't proofread that to make sure it was accurate?
I didn't because we're paying them as an attorney.
Well, we are, but we still got a responsibility to proofread.
Well, but I'm not responsible for the tax sale.
That's why we hired this firm,
Yeah,
what she's saying.
It's no longer in our
I
hands.
fully understand that, but we still got a responsibility to prove what's going in.
Okay, by statute, the county attorney is in charge of the tax sale. I'm not in charge of it.
So I'm asking a question I don't have answers for.
By statute, I give a dollar amount. That's basically all, and I take the money. That's basically all I'm in charge of. But like I said, just because of the numerous phone calls that I'm getting, I just thought that you guys should be clear on it so that if people are talking to you up on the street and they say something about how come this has this address when that property is not there, that you guys will be aware of it.
I did receive your email, I did read it, but I didn't respond, but I just figured it was out of my pay grade, I guess I should say.
Can't wait to come down.
You don't.
Did you contact the firm back and tell them that there was a lot of
Yes,
discrepancies?
I contacted them as soon as I
And
saw
what
it.
was
in the
their
paper.
response?
First thing I said was there was a bunch of them that the years were wrong. That they said they had 2015, 2019 taxes, when in fact, when they were given, it was that second grouping that we gave to them. And those couldn't have been 2015s because they would have been on the first grouping. So, and they said, well, one of the reasons that I didn't talk to the attorneys. I did email the attorneys, but I did not actually have a conversation with them. I had it with one of their legal assistants. And, she would say, well, they know they have this due, so we aren't required to put the years in the paper. So we put more than we're required to put in the paper. So there again, I would ask why are you putting more than the requirement? But
Has there been any of those there's 38 parcels, been any of those 38 pay their taxes?
oh yeah, we've had several that have paid.
How many parcels have been paid?
Oh. I'm trying to think, I'd have to go back upstairs and look at my list. I could get you a current list of where we're at right now. I have 3 that I'm gonna take off this week. They had written personal checks for, so, I won't take them off until 2 weeks after so that I know that check is cleared. So I've got 3 of those this week.
And they paid the extra 300 or whatever.
I have one individual who paid all the taxes and will not, and said that he wasn't paying the 350 at this time. And I explained to him that if that 350 is not paid, it's not considered redeemed and it will still be eligible for tax sale.
That's the one we discussed.
Yes, it is.
Wade just showed up. She's talking about the misprinting.
For the tax sale,
Yes, sir.
so someone has referred all these people to me. So I fielded 5, 6, 7 phone calls last week. The law firm that's handling this is the one that can answer those questions, not me. So I get called. I'm aware of what's going on, and in fact, I researched it and looked into it, and there are some issues that need to be resolved, but at the same time, the law firm is the one who needs to be aware of it so they can fix it. So I'm working with them behind the scenes.
Okay. Like I said, I just wanted you, like I said earlier, I had sent an email to you, Wade, and to Tom, and I hadn't heard back, and I know sometimes emails don't get where they're going, so I just wanted to make sure that you were all aware. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom's here, we're gonna go back to this.
Yes.
So before we forget. Wade, I had a question on the payroll notice for Lake Patrol. Since we have a separate contract with Tom Johnson, he signed it as sheriff, but shouldn't that not be, that really isn't under the sheriff, is it? Isn't that under lake administrator or that does not matter?
So he has to still be the sheriff because they have to function under law enforcement supervision to be able to do what they're doing out there. That's part of the contract. So, I mean.
And it really doesn't matter to me, it's just because he has a separate contract, I didn't know if that should be under Tom Johnson, lake administrator.
How's it been done in the past?
Got me. I had no
It needs to be
idea.
done how it's been done in the past, but, and they still have to operate. What they're doing is they need someone with law enforcement.
I understand all that.
So I don't see an issue with it.
Okay, I'm fine with it.
Well, with that being said then,
That being said, I'll make that motion.
move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice for Larry Bender, Coffee County Lake Step Change Grade Promotion Job Title, Lake Patrol Coordinator, classification from 10-3 to 25-3, wage from 1348 to 1636, effective 6/15/21.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
I'll recuse myself from voting on this due to Larry being a friend.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Done. Did you have something to share with us, Sheriff?
I did, I need to go into executive session.
Okay.
You have time to do it now?
We need to take care of them first.
Do you have a,
It didn't require one.
we're gonna do a, yep, you're gonna write something.
Resolutions.
Resolution, yes.
Before we do, I'll need to go into executive session with you based on some additional information, just make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
And then, but I do have something to review. But once you sign it, you can't unring the bell after that.
Correct. Okay.
So.
Take care of Mr. Johnson's first. Is that all right?
Yeah, no.
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. I'd like the county commission and Wade for an executive session about non-elected personnel.
For how long?
10 minutes.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Tim's made a motion. Jesse seconded. We'll go in it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We're going at 10:43. They're waiting for this resolution.
I wondered about that. 2007.
Not yet.
She says, you know, a lot of people, she says, that people won't use the trails. She said, people might want to use those trails, nobody does because we don't know who will get trails. She said, no, people that live in them don't get trails, they don't get houses, they just live in them. And she said, you don't know, they don't jump, you know, people are asking for money or worse.
Yeah, if it floods out, then they're not maintained, there's another issue. It takes a big chunk of money in building, it takes even more money to maintain. So, the little things, you know, that some of my friends want to, go away and watching and all that. And they go, I think there's kind of the same as they have to. Go there and go, look, it's expensive to live. And along these roads, all these other people. No,
No, no,
the
that's
bumper,
exactly right.
the bumper traffic moving in 5 miles an hour, because everybody is gonna have to pay for everything else. So nobody's talking at the restaurant, nobody's talking, and nobody was, he said every little house had a little transit garage sale type thing set up there. He said nobody's talking, getting out and going to them. He said bumper to bumper, side to side, and just, it's like an awful lot of money. Right there. So,
I know, yeah. Who's down at City Dam and everything, that's what exactly. We would be far better off concentrating on those kind of things, writing it down, and saying, we used to be already there, because back in that bridge, not to use it because something happened there one day. What do you call that one?
right, exactly. It's probably the main thing I'm doing is preservation for recreation. It's old fashioned building, you know, like,
I'm not, I was good for like that post that you wrote.
oh, I know, 30 by 30.
And I had several people share it, I mean, because I shared it, and so it's getting out. Yeah, and that's like the people city's trying to tell us how we're supposed to live out here, and we have no idea. They don't have a clue.
I don't see why I don't.
My sister, my little sister, she was, one time, I was raised in Chicago or something. I've done some different things with cows, big states. I think with cows, and some calves, and they were going to be coming up the process, and I was in there talking to my dad. Asked, see if my dad would buy part of the cow. And he's he says, I don't ever do that. He says, I end up wasting more meat that way than the next one. He said, I'm better off just to go to the store and get the meat on little use, because he said, when I use it. And I know what he's talking about, because I ended up the same thing. I made that we're probably competing in our freezer right now, it's 2 years old. And now it's not going to get it, so we just had to throw it away. And so I know what he was saying, I understood. And when my sister's sick, and she's eating hamburger, and she's giving me a hard time. I can't believe you do that. And she raised them from babies up to, and when you take them in and have them kill and process and turn, you know, and she says, why don't you just buy that stuff at the store? And it's kind of rolling with all my dad. I said, why don't you just buy that stuff at the store? And I said, wait a minute. I says, what are you eating there? Well, I'm eating hamburger. And I said, where do you think that came from? You know, when I was in, that was the last I said, but the last time she gave me a hard time about animals, I was in a picture, and I probably still I was using chicken. And it was like, it was actually a celebration. Because I was using chicken. I was stuck to it too much. And I was, I'm walking through the living room, and I'm just happy to come across my yard. And then after 22-minute drive, I said, and I picked it up, and I went to the back field, and I went to that, and I shot it. And then I went out and took a picture of it, but you know, a hole inside of it, big. And so I don't know what I said, I was celebrating, because I got lost doing the chickens. And she goes, I can't believe that you would post something like this, and like you're proud of it, or, you know. I said, you know, when I took on these animals to raise them, I took on that responsibility to take care of them. And I realized that I know that.
Lake City.
Lacey.
Is that right across the interstate to
So yeah, round table, we was gonna go to you first, and then you have your prepared.
That works. So just a follow-up on the tax sale for just a minute. So as I mentioned, I've been contacted by a number of different people throughout the county. One wanting to know, I guess even outside the county, wanting to know when the tax sale was going to occur, and at least from the last correspondence I've received, and I don't know how this will change this timeline, if at all, The idea was going to be sometime in September. And finding a forum or location to hold the tax sale was sort of the issue that was gonna have to be resolved, a big enough venue where people could come in and potentially, if social distancing is still a thing that needs to be followed through with pretty strictly, then have enough space where people could come in and they could go through. The tax sale itself, you have two different things going on. One is the pleading or the petition that's filed with the district court here in Coffee County. And that petition has all the parcels that are included within the tax sale, including the tax IDs, the names, addresses, who has an interest in the property, that type of thing. So that's the first step. The second step is the notice that goes out in the paper regarding those properties. And that's where I think things are sort of at issue right now. At least from an initial discovery from what we've done in my office, some of the legal descriptions have some wrong information, and I'm not sure what exactly has happened because I'm not the one who filed it. But I'm working with Glenda Osterman, who is the firm, and just so people, if they have questions, within the paper, at the bottom of the notice section, in the paper, it has what's filed pretty much verbatim in the district court. All the parcels, the exhibit, and the exhibit A is what's in the paper. So what I'm looking at right now for reference is Thursday, June 10th, 2021, and it's page 6 of the Coffee County Republican. So it talks about the notice of suit and then goes through and describes everything, who has an interest, the parcel numbers that are included. You see I have highlights and different markings on the one I have because those are some of the issues that I've been dealing with and phone calls I've been fielding reference to that. But most importantly, on the bottom of column 2 is what I'll call it on that same page, is the phone number for Glenda Osterman, who's dealing with it. Why that's important is they need to be notified so they can look into it and provide input, feedback, and an answer on how to deal with whatever the situation is that's going on. And they will. I've been in contact with them, and they have encouraged me to pass on to whoever has issue with what's happening. And there are issues that need to be resolved and dealt with. They need to be aware of it so they can correct it. So contact them at their phone number that's listed at the bottom, and they have someone who's specifically designated as the tax sale representative with their firm to deal with that. So, any questions about that? Anything that?
If there are wrong names, wrong verification, wrong lot numbers, is that gonna hold this sale up, or is it, you gotta go through and get everything identified, everything correctly made and republished 3 times?
I would assume that if there's something wrong, it has to be done right. I mean, because you have to put people on notice of what it is, and if it has some issue, I would assume that it needs to have the right information. And I don't want to go into specific parcels that have been identified because that's not me. But they're dealing with it, and just to reaffirm, the taxpayers of Coffee County are not paying this firm. The board did not sign a contract to pay them. They're being paid through the legal fees that go with these properties and through the redemption process. And that's something that's how they get paid. So the board and taxpayers are not paying anything. It costs the taxpayers $0 to deal with this. Just
other than the ones names that are listed on the paper.
Well, if somebody hasn't paid their taxes and they haven't, I mean, they get included in the suit. And they should be included in the suit. Then to redeem that property, that's where that payment goes, that's the attorney fee, and that would be how it would work, really, anyway. So, any other questions related to that?
As far as a location, if you're needing a location, we've got that property up there by the interstate.
Okay.
That should be sufficient.
The property located by the,
Dream Homes, the old Dream Homes building, Reed Company building.
okay, then what's the space that would,
There's over 30,000 square feet.
okay, so I think that's fine.
Accommodating.
Yeah, very,
Pretty accommodating. You can hear your echo.
yes.
All right, so I just wanted to,
Clears that up then. And that was in June 10th paper, correct?
well, June 10th, it's been in 3 times.
Okay.
So yeah, June 10th, June 17th, and June 3rd.
It's been 3 times.
Yeah, so because they're required to publish 3 times.
If it's been incorrect 3 times, they're gonna have to correct it. That's up to them, I guess.
Well, I would assume that's what would need to be done, but they need to know what the issues are.
Okay.
And I've been in communication with them. So they're aware that there are some concerns and they're looking into it.
Okay, good enough.
Now, what I don't know is somewhere, somebody has been telling all these people to contact me that I'm the one who's created the issue. Now, I don't mind being the point of contact, but I'm not the one who filed the pleading, I'm not the one who sent it out. I will own the responsibility where my responsibility is due, but I'm willing to help anybody in any way I can. And what I'm doing is referring them to the firm and giving them the phone number. So, I need to request 15, might as well say 20-minute executive session for consultation with the county counselor to discuss county policy regarding matters deemed privileged under the attorney-client relationship exception, so that I can provide some legal advice to this board. Myself and the board, KSA 754319B2.
Don moved, Tim seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're going to 11:06.
How long did you say?
20 minutes.
How are you guys?
Fine,
Good, thanks. So I went upstairs and checked in the office.
Hey guys, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah. I didn't think that was,
who draws the cartoons in the paper?
somebody from. Can't think of his name right off.
Is it something that comes off the?
It's a syndicated thing.
Okay,
It's kind of
that's-
a regional syndicate.
Okay,
It's pretty good. They've shared them the last 2 weeks on Facebook. Cartoons, I like 'em.
I don't know, the toothpick one, that's not a,
Yeah, some of them, they usually give us a Kansas one and then a national one, and we just choose. Some little people.
I like the 30-31.
Yeah.
They're usually pretty timely.
Yeah. That last one like that, it usually has something to do with the issue. Where do they like?
He is happy. Yes, I've been looking at some of that. Did you get, a recent copy of you on that? Did you go? Yeah, you can take the water, call that down to, like,
Give me some advice. I got a friend who, he's got the Trump sign in his front yard, a flag, and I want to play a joke on him. I want to stick him in the middle of the night and put a Biden flag there. And who's a big Democrat around here who would possibly have a
what was the reaction?
Your best bet of finding something to call you if you go there.
I'm sorry.
Did you hear what he was asking?
Do you know if you can correct around here? Let me tell you what I do. I've got a friend who has a Trump flag at his front door. And, he was carrying on complaining about his neighbor messing with his flag. So what I want to do is go get a Biden flag, sneak in at night and change the flag out. And egg on his feud with his neighbor. But this is a close friend. I mean, but as long as it's you, well, I don't let it go too far. I want him to think it's his neighbor, but before me. I need to find a flag. I can't remember what we're talking about. I don't. And we're seeing that. Because they weren't voting for Trump. But for so many people that think, I mean, really, if Trump were to win the election, he's going to live there another 4 years. Yeah. And everything that happened with an overturning all this executive orders could happen 4 years later. Right. The answer is not no man other than Jesus Christ. The answer is not no man. The answer is in us working together to make things right. That's really what it is. It's, there ain't no one man who can fix. Because one is only going to be there for a little. That's right. And so I don't. And that's one of the reasons that I've been on the time from sleep. Because I know Kimber one day she was pretty upset. I think I've already probably told you that I was talking about it around you. She was upset. Obama was president and was making executive orders. And we made one of those requests. And I don't remember which one, because I was one but I came home and was still trying to call some rock. And I came home and she said, "You don't have to pay." She said, "Why didn't somebody do something about it?" I said, "Well, Kim, if I could go to Washington and have an appointment, I must know what, but I can't. Right. I said, but if I could, I said, if I could, you didn't care about it. This guy's original. And she said, well, somebody's got to do something like that. I said, why be Congress? And then she's only one answer, and I said, because they're not doing their job. And honestly, the way our Congress is set up now, don't get me wrong. We so just got one Nancy Pelosi for representative, that should never have. That's, but the Senate lost, the states lost, and there was the 13 because I think at that time the Senate was responsible for the state legislatures. Then it turned into a problem for her. It's just like another what you do. It's got 6-year terms. Yeah. And so And the reason the representatives are supposed to have 2 year terms is so they have to keep their insurance.
Right.
So we're supposed to let you just say, well, they're gonna do that. So now it's just a go top better.
Yeah.
And so that Congress don't do it.
Yeah.
They'll pass law. Then you say, you're a department to handle that law. So say, okay, you take care of it. Let's just make this 30-30 thing.
Right.
Well, Biden makes an executive order and he's turned it over to the departments. He's not going to do nothing else with that.
Yeah.
The departments are running it, and they're unelected people. They've got no responsibility. You, the only way we can turn it around is by us saying, that's what it's supposed to be. That's the way it's supposed to be. And so, I've said all that. I'm like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I think one thing that that's really scared me. It scared me to think with this obvious problems of interest rate anymore, who's going to replace him? But I also know the cut the leadership in, that we have another presidential election. We have a chance to fix it very hard.
Yeah.
Before people have that chance.
With it next year.
Yes. My complaint.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ohio just remember, he's not working on his election.
Right.
He's working on supporting.
Democrats have beaten the brakes off of us on a lot of levels. One of them is their unity and their ability to end the internal problem for the sake that they are good at it. And, we don't do that. With others, we pick apart each other and attack each other. Also, they will cross a line socially, ethically, that we won't cross. Their stance, so we teach our kids that, hey, sometimes you disagree with people, just, you ain't gotta, we still be friends. Well, Democrats don't feel that way. If they disagree with you, and you don't agree with other people, they are attacking you. They see you as their enemy, and they're coming. We need to start playing ball with that same mindset. We need to teach our kids that. It's not okay when your teacher tells you something at school. We don't need to let it go. We need to combat it every time we see it. Because they are.
Gotta admit that there's a whole lot to this, but we need to see every once in a while on social media right now. It says this one was 4th of July, let's start acting like Americans. I mean, really, because my neighbors, you know what I mean? My neighbors, they're all Democrats. The crazy, used to be their judge family.
That's interesting.
But they're still my friends. I can still go talk to them. They're the dreamers. If I go over to Phillips House, I'll take them over to Designates or something. So I'm not eager 2 hours. Because it's hard to get home. You have to eat.
Old time Democrats, Golden Democrats, Blue Dogs.
I mean, it's changed so much in the last few years, and I think there are a lot of things. Democrat politics.
No.
Not, they don't look like this.
Where I come from, that was part of the culture, was you voted Democrat. And so the Democrat, you were conservative, but you never, on a local level, that worked out for a long time.
I'm not gonna tell you what to do. In fact, we started college, and she think it was pretty good. Until I started. I didn't do pretty much.
What's the issue? God, I had the volume down on my phone. My 20-month-old grandson tried to FaceTime me. Wait, wait, sorry, buddy.
Kind of like they're trying to, that's when the line would go down.
It's funny.
He was state director. Make sure I wasn't calling. And he said, I don't know, Dad. And I said, okay. But you know what? We'll do it. Come on. I'll do it all this year. Like, it used to be. Must be. The state and the people first to do the things. Now, we looked. That's right. That's right. In cities, out here in Kansas. Kansas City was bigger cities for Kansas. Right. They knew it's really something. That could be what's best for yourself. In Europe, for instance, we feel about it one way against stuff about. I wasn't sure about you when we first started coming in, when we first started talking about the nuclear power plant. I wasn't sure. I didn't know anything about it. Now, but I've seen the ways that they talk about how terrible waste is in it. Is it any worse than the volunteer? Probably. But the amount of waste per person is so small. And I look at the amount of waste, call it their crew, but you got waste. Call more than you. It's from the most, you've got waste. And besides that, the kid went to go for driving to Luke yesterday. And we're driving along, and she says, I take him off backwards. And she looks at him, she said, he's so pretty good. And she says, man, all I see is windows.
Right.
When we're not really talking about putting more in, it's like, I think eventually we get more of these. They want to do that yourself. In tradition, it's big on. Came back, such a lot of big on you.
What do you know, sir?
I was gonna ask you,
We lost one along the way. There it is.
Unanimous resolution number.
Are we back?
We are back, sir.
Okay. So two of the things that the board had me working on was a resolution related to the Freedom Frontier Heritage Act, which I think is something that the board will likely take up and consider this morning. The second had to do with the 3030 administrative order issued by the president back in January. In researching and trying to put something together regarding the 3030 request that the board made of me, which was to provide a letter, or to write a letter that the board could review and sign. There's also the option of potentially looking at a resolution that sort of captures whatever the board is wanting to say. I would encourage the board to at least table that particular issue so I can make sure that what I have put together to propose passes muster. So that would be my request in a week, 2 weeks. But as for the other one, I think Tim's done quite a bit of research on that particular issue. And I would always encourage there be spirited discussion amongst yourselves if you have any issues or any comments related to that. But you each are the elected representatives for your constituents in the county. All 5 of you represent different areas within the county. Each one of your votes, whether it be yes or no, has an impact. So however you're going to handle that, that's up to you. The last thing I'll say, the HR audit, I have 2 different proposals that I'm going to be setting on the agenda to present to the board within the next several weeks. And there will likely be an initial very brief description about who the entity is, what they do, and why they're qualified. And then the majority of their discussion will likely occur in executive session because of the sensitive nature and subject matter that's involved with their proposal. So I just wanted to give you a heads up and let you know that that was still moving behind the scenes, and probably more importantly so that those who watch are watching. Well, at HR Audit, they spent quite a bit of time in executive session talking about the findings regarding the HR audit, and then it just disappeared. Well, it didn't disappear. It's putting together a program on how to resolve and deal with some of the issues that are within the HR audit. So that's the stage we're at right now. Any questions?
Takes time. Thank you for all that.
It
Really do.
If you're gonna do it right, it takes time. You can't just shotgun some of this stuff and think that it's gonna be something that you're gonna be pleased with the end result of the work product. You can't do that. Some places do that, some people do that. And maybe they get away with it, but in time, you end up.
Like we are.
I don't know if anything's been shotgunned. I think we're taking our time. Some of it maybe.
Maybe it happened because it all got shotgunned previously. I don't know.
That I don't know. So, any questions? You okay with that plan?
Yes, sir.
Or I would assume, and what I'm gonna request on the agenda when it gets put on the agenda is for an hour. Is that fine?
Work.
An hour.
The HR audit.
For each of the presentations.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, sure. I think that would be very appropriate.
If that's what it takes to cover all the facts, that's what it takes, so.
Okay. That's all I got.
All right.
On this resolution, do you want to read it?
If you want me to, I will. Other than that, I'm gonna let you were heading it.
I'll let you read
There's
it,
a lot of
Mr.
whereas.
Chairman. Hopefully you're long-winded.
This is part of our roundtable. No, I guess it wouldn't be. I didn't want to skip anybody, so. So resolution number 2021-872, a resolution opposing the inclusion of Coffee County within the Freedoms Frontier National Heritage Act. Whereas the Freedom Frontier National Heritage Act encompasses 41 counties along the Kansas-Missouri border. The FFNHA includes Coffee County, Kansas, whereas the 41 counties along the Kansas-Missouri border have a compelling and tragic story to tell of these two states engaged in their own border war during the nation's conflict between the North and the South. Whereas on October 12, 2006, President George W. Bush signed enabling legislation establishing the FFNHA for the for the conservation I'm not long-winded as I thought. For the conservation, interpretation, funding, management, and the development of the heritage area. Whereas a national heritage area is a nationally distinctive landscape shaped by natural, cultural, historic, and recreational resources recognized by the U.S. Congress and tells a nationally important story. Though it is geographic, it is man-made structures and traditions that have evolved within the landscape. Whereas Congress has designated area within the FFNHA to include privately held land located within the borders of Coffee County, Kansas. Local leaders, officials, and citizens of Coffee County appreciate efforts and goals of designated National Heritage Area Program and its potential to sustain and preserve local culture and historical heritage, while at the same time encouraging economic development, but oppose blanket designations that put sending private landowners in the unreasonable position of having to opt out of federally mandated boundaries. Whereas this is a local concern that the FFNHA would adversely influence large local officials to pass zoning laws not otherwise needed in order to accommodate National Heritage Area Management Plan developed by National Park Service and approved by the Secretary of the Interior, thereby altering well-established processes for land use regulation. Whereas the FFNHA also involves potential for interference in local affairs by special interest groups who claim to be stakeholders, but who do not have historical perspective, deeply felt stewardship and responsibility of owners who have developed and worked the land located within the borders of Coffee County over several generations. Whereas local leaders, officials, citizens of Coffee County are concerned that FFNHA local vision, mission, and guiding principles have the potential chilling effect of depriving landowners the ability to use and enjoy their property as they see fit. Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Coffee County Commissioners hereby formally opposes inclusion of Coffee County within the FFNHA designated National Heritage Area.
I'd like to move on that.
Tim's made the motion.
I'll second.
Jesse seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye, and I'd like for it to be so noted that I've done a lot of research on this, probably not as much as what I should have, that I haven't heard enough reason or documentation where we should opt out of something that I think's got some value to the counties that's involved in that project. So that's the reason I voted not to opt out of the Freedom's Frontier National Heritage. I know every decision we make, there's always, I shouldn't say always, but there are many times there's a lot of what is. It's hard to get a complete understanding of all the details. But this is one time, I don't think we've got enough discovery, and maybe there's no way to get enough to discovery to where I feel comfortable in opting out of something that's been in place for 15 years.
I'll just add this, I think everything changes. And I don't, as far as my opinion goes, I don't think the Freedom Frontier Heritage Area changed for the good.
And like anytime there's a vote, I'm one to always respect everybody's position. Because that's just the part of making a decision, part of voting. You take a stand. And sometimes you're on the favorable side, sometimes you're on the unfavorable side. But that's where my stand is currently at. And I absolutely respect everybody's.
I respect it.
Wish to add anything?
No.
So, I guess the motion will pass 4-1. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
All right. With that, we do some more discovery on the 30 to 30.
Thank you for showing up. And can we get a copy of that,
The resolution?
the resolution, after it's signed?
Do you want to sign this one? And then this
Might as well.
Okay, all right. Angie won't, is she here today to sign this?
No.
No.
Well, and she's not here to sign it, so
Well, it just has her signature there as attested, so.
I can sign
You can sign it in Angie's place, right? You are the deputy.
so there you go.
Thank you guys very much.
I'm sorry we didn't get a 5-0 on
Well,
this.
that's all right. I'll take what I get. I appreciate
It goes
Don's
through.
position on there.
4-1s aren't bad.
No. Yeah, there's a lot I could add to it, on both programs. I think Tim's done a very, very thorough investigation, educating. I know he's educated me on this quite a bit. And the brief reading that I've done, I agree with Tim and what the outcome of some of this might become. It's when we do the Pledge of Allegiance, it's one nation under God. We're not so much one nation anymore, don't feel like, to me. We're so divided in every aspect anymore. It's just unbelievable. I mean, I can remember as a kid when Martin Luther King got killed, we were pretty divided then, but it seemed like we kind of came back together, but it's just gone quite the opposite real quick, fast in a hurry. And as far as trusting what your federal government's trying to pass down anymore, it's getting harder and harder to do.
Yes, it is.
That's my 2 cents.
It's probably a wage question. Since I voted against it, I should have signed for it.
It's totally up to you.
I'm sorry?
It's up to you.
I voted against things and signed it because that was the commission's decision. But it's whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Well, I support the commission.
It's up to you if you want to sign it or not.
Give it back, I'll do it. I support the commission. I mean,
That's what I would do.
Thank you, Don, I appreciate
I
that.
voted against it. The commission approved it.
I would, there's been time, most of the time, they're always a 4-1 or a 5-0, but if I was on the wrong side, I mean, you've got to support the decisions made by the majority.
That's right.
Thank you, Don.
And take the best of the decision.
Do you have anything else, Tim, you want?
30 by 30, sounds like another week or two.
Yeah.
On the resolution or the letter.
Correct. Yeah, Wade wants to do a little more discovery. I don't know if he spoke to you, but.
I did,
So it's that.
I did talk to the county attorney and I will send him more information on that. Do any of you want copies of that or just,
I would like that.
okay, okay,
Tim's been forwarding me stuff, so.
okay.
As far as roundtable, Denise, do you have anything?
No.
Jesse?
I will have more when we come up on the 30-30 plan, but I would like to be hesitant on where Wade is trying to go for more information on what he's drawn up. I hope that he gets non-biased information from the location he's going to try to go to, because I think they're going to try to wave him off with a red flag, not to pursue. And that's when the county commissioners are going to have to take a stand on their own if Wade deems from advice from an outsourced location that we should not do this. I think we're going to have a gut check.
Well, in the meantime, everybody just do as much reading on the 30 by 30 program as they can and educate themselves as best they can.
To my knowledge, the 30-30 has no merit. We've got a president out there threatening United States citizens with F-16s and nuclear warheads, so there's no merit on 30-30. And I don't know why the media is not blowing up over this.
Yes.
Oh, I do, but that's all I have.
Bob, you got anything for roundtable?
I think everything's been said that I might want to say.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stop right there.
Dawn?
I have nothing more.
What I had was the ag office deal, so I've been covered on what I might have had. I think it's a good idea to move forward with this. I know it could have an economic impact as well, too. So.
Yeah.
All good. Progress is good. Andrea?
Just a couple of maintenance things. Ray Roofing came out here the other day to take a look at the roof. As soon as they got out here, it started storming. But they did have time to at least take a look. He said the only thing they see is basic maintenance issues that would go along and do the joints and the caps. He said everything total would be under $1,000 for that, and that's all just maintenance, he said. So they can get a time for them to come back out and do that. As far as the trees, Wellnut's put in an estimate of $1,710, and they would be at least 6 weeks out. He said they're pretty full. Clayton Bradley, who is local, is gonna put in another bid. He did one for just one tree, and that was a bid of $300. So he's gonna submit another bid, which will probably come in under this, and he is local. So when that bid comes in, do you want me to just go with,
Well,
since they're under,
yeah, we'll see how it comes out.
okay.
The only problem is.
Okay. So yeah, those are the only two that I'll end up with for those. Nobody else was gonna put in a bid.
Okay.
And as far as my relocation, Brad said that he has the cord set up for the mailroom to be where I am now. So in the back of the mapping room, we'll set the mail machine up there, and then I'll be moving down to the meeting room in the,
Economic development.
so we can do that at any time. Then he said the line's been running.
Okay. All right.
And that's it for mine.
Thanks, guys, for coming.
Thank you, and we'll have it down here, signed and stamped. So,
I'm gonna wait.
all right, thank you.
We do have checks and vouchers. I was gonna suggest maybe we recess, take lunch, and come back, or
There's not anything.
I'm not
I do it either way.
I'm not opposed to going right through if we can. I don't know how many we have.
I'm not opposed either way, so.
Whatever.
I got a 9-hour drive as soon as I leave here, so I don't care.
Thanks. Well,
You're the chairman.
we can proceed. They got a snack
We
machine
got-
upstairs.
You're welcome.
We'll just keep them up, too.
Thank you.
Yep.
Have a place.
Be careful. Thank you, ma'am.
Wait.
You did. I was a special one.
You were.
I've been special.
Would Tracy admit to that? I do not know.
I guess we'll start off these special issue checks first.
Once we don't have this, so I don't put anything on.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Prove that.
That'll be fine. Throw them right up there, Don, and I'll catch them.
I got one other thing, Tom, and I don't know if we can discuss or not, but we've got some cities that are sitting on large sums of money that the county has given to them. Is there a way to push them? Or is there a way to set a limit to what they can have in their account that is given? Okay.
I would say we could probably do something if you wish. I do know, our new economic development director is
working on
things such as that.
Right.
He's doing quite well at it.
Oh, he's doing great, but
I'd almost bet you could control that part of it. You know, I know it's 2 or 3 different cities, you know, let it build up for a water project or a sewer project.
Well, I mean, if they've got something in line, I understand that.
So, yeah.
But to
And
hoard.
most of the cases, I think they probably are setting on something for a specific project, but that's just my.
I mean, it'd be nice to know that they are holding it for a specific project.
I know the sewer project there in Leroy 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and I can't remember the exact date. You know, they spent quite a bit of money, and it wouldn't have happened if they hadn't had money built up to take care of their 20% or whatever percentage it was.
And I brought up, and I think this is before you got here, Jesse, with Tim, to up the infrastructure funds to the cities, to maybe get them off dead center a little bit. But then, I think it was kind of everybody's experience at the time that if they had a specific project they wanted to do, they didn't have enough funds, that we could do like some sort of match funds type deal if they had a worthwhile project. So I still really like that idea. I mean, you know, whatever city's only sitting there with 400,000, they got an $800,000 project they want to need to do.
Kick in the other 400,000.
So a worthwhile project, I mean, you can, you know, community improvement reserve, capital reserve, however you want to look at it, but yeah, I mean, that's just an idea I had. Like I say, to stimulate them moving forward, like I say, a worthwhile project.
Right.
I did, you know, helping the city of Burlington like we did with the bridge, to me, that's awesome.
Yeah.
City Dan, city of Burlington's done, it looks awesome.
Some of it's been in the senior center, you know, the last 3 years or 4 years, you know, we kicked in extra money to put a brand new roof on the senior center at Leroy. Kicked in quite a bit of money for the Lebo Senior Center here 2 years ago. And I think the same thing happened in Waverly, that they didn't have the funds available, which is county funds to start with. We kicked in extra to make the project happen because it needed to happen. So,
We did that in Toronto also.
I'm sorry?
We did that in Neutron. And it's, I agree with what Tom said during that discussion was, you know, I think the infrastructure money we give is good, but I wasn't in favor of wanting to raise it, but I also was in favor of when the community was trying to do something. But if they had $400,000 and they came to us and asked for money, I was in favor of giving them more money until they got into theirs.
Right.
There at one time, I think Tom and I was on the same page, possibly increasing it 20% every year for 4 or 5 years to get it up a little more. But I've changed my attitude on that. I think probably need to stay where it's at. And if there's an immediate need or an immediate emergency, then we address it at that time. So I've kind of backed up on increase.
And I kind of agree with that for the simple fact that one of these days, we're not going to have the $1 million. If we get it up to where we're giving $1.5 million, we take it away. As of right now, each community can plan on this certain percentage. And if there's an emergency arises, we will help them. But I don't want them planning on a big chunk and then we have to take some of that big chunk away.
I agree with that.
I've backed off a little bit.
Then your name's Mud. I'm sorry, then your name's Mud.
Yeah, this, like I said, it's a worthwhile project, and, yeah. Awesome.
I don't think we've ever denied it.
Not a legitimate reason, legitimate cause.
You have the vouchers.
I'm sorry, I'm still, that's,
Yeah, but still.
We're five. I don't have my glasses on.
No.
Future reference. That's still.
Three, yeah.
Three.
But I just got mine frontwards and backwards.
Okay, where are,
So that grandson, his name's
is that the box that goes with all these? It must be. Yes.
Did you find that from your mom about?
no, I didn't. What was the name of it?
It on the screen.
Yeah, I know.
There's a question.
School.
I mean, Johnny.
Find something I missed, let me know.
Okay. See, she might not know because she was so. They're probably 30 years. I don't know. 20 years. They're almost big. What, 8? Well, I'll tell you, did I talk to you when I went through all that rain over in Columbia, Missouri?
Were you in that?
Oh, yes.
You can bring the engine back over, get, you done.
I'm headed there today.
Wayne and Gail was in it too. Or
Yeah. I kid you, I ran 100 miles in that stuff, and you couldn't see nothing.
Friday on the way home from work. I've never seen it rain so hard in my life. And I-35, I probably hydroplaned for 3 to 4 miles. I could just tell if I would even move the steering wheel, I got no response. But I kept going about 35 to 40. Now, it was Friday night, right? Yeah, Friday night they closed I-35.
That back crash.
And the Old 50 was really busy. Old 50 was the route they went on. And my house, I could hear semis coming up the Winsburg Hill. Now I would know how it felt back in the 60s, over the 70s.
It was great to have over 50 that close and all the gravel roads.
Yeah,
It was great.
it was busy. I
I'm
did
surprised
go
they had
out.
to shut down for 4 hours or 5 hours.
There had to be a fatality there. I know I haven't heard. But I
Well,
would
There
assume
wasn't.
There wasn't.
There's no
Yeah.
fatality, there was only 2 of them injured.
There was
2 of
three.
them, one of them wasn't even transported on based on what was on our phone.
I think there was 3 to 4 vehicles involved. One had crossed over.
What time did that happen?
Bob, I'm gonna throw out about 5.
But 1:30 in the afternoon.
It
They
was.
opened it up at 5:30.
See, I was thinking it was like 1:30.
It was later than
I
that.
was through there about 1:15.
It was after that.
The information that came across is 1:30 and opened back up at 5:30.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I went to town at 6:30 and they were still bringing them in north at the stop sign.
Yeah, I think it was close. I think they shut the interstate down. I got notified they shut the interstate down 3:30, 4 o'clock,
Yeah,
something like that.
so it was later.
I just got home. We drove through there.
I went to town just to kind of see it, but I went the back ways because you couldn't get on Highway 50. So I went the country way into town just so I could say I'd seen it.
So we did right west of the Queensburg exit.
It was right west and then to the Melbourne exit.
Between Waverly and Melbourne, wasn't
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Williamsburg, they brought them off. And at Melbourne, they brought the northbound off. And took everybody down Old 50.
But it didn't sound like there was any deaths involved. It must.
No,
But they did cross the grass strip and hit on the other side. So.
yeah. The state had, people out at Old 50 and, Trefoil.
Without any fatalities, I'm surprised they had to shut down for as long as it did, but they were probably being safe. So.
They had a lot of debris to clean out is what I was told.
They ain't no wonder the way people drive now.
If they hadn't shut it down, there could have been others because the way people.
Oh, yeah.
I don't get the privilege of getting out and driving a semi very often, but when I do,
Scary.
my guys do an excellent job driving trucks.
Oh, yeah. I was on the way home. And I was doing 35 before. I got passed by a bull hauler. And I don't know, I was standing. He was doing. Asked what was involved. I believe they were involved.
You do realize this is new.
Oh, do I have a book on there? Just because I got a longer name, I gotta have it on the table. Yeah.
Denise.
Denise, that's the right folder in there.
Yep.
All right, I just wanted to make sure I get started off right.
Yep,
All right.
that's my table.
They bring in quite a few people.
I'm sorry?
They bring in quite a few.
Yeah, I don't know, you know, what the extent is. Since the budget, I mean, I'm sure.
Well, I've been doing it for years.
You know, that's like putting $1,500 in a can of soda water field. To me, that's totally a waste.
I've seen the ad in there. It's a nice one. But
But I'd have to get one nickel out of it.
that may change with our, may change with our new director. That's all been done by previous directors. That's all been done by previous directors, so it could change.
Tom, you want me to go out and get, I got some stuffed bacon wrapped jalapenos out there.
No, they already cooked.
Yeah.
We're going to get some beans.
Bacon wrapped.
Good stuff.
They're not hot.
Cream cheese.
Yep. Yeah. I got some in the cooler. I think I made 30 of them last night.
Did
30 halves.
Did you leave the seeds in?
No, I pulled the seeds out.
Because you don't never want to pull the good things out.
Yeah.
See?
I seasoned the cream cheese up. I seasoned the cream cheese up.
My jalapeno crop's gonna be pretty short this year. My pepper crop didn't get off to a good start.
Signature too. And see, I come through Friday. I went all night Thursday. Yeah, I left at 7 o'clock. I've been Thursday afternoon. Yeah, Taya's a taker though. Yeah. Got to go to Hutch.
Denise,
I got.
we're making some payments on the second half of the budget. Coffee County Conservation District, it just says 221 budget. Is this 100% one time or is this half?
I think it's 100%. I think they're one of the ones that didn't request their money.
Okay.
And
So
they're
this
getting it.
is an accurate deal?
Yeah.
That's all comes from the red districts too. The box represents.
Oh, yeah. Tom, did you say somebody was behind the golf course in New Strong?
I believe there are two individuals in Owen County. And I believe they're dividing it off, is what I was informed.
I still seen the real estate sign out front. I didn't know if it
Correct.
had sold and they're trying to sell stuff off of it or what.
They're selling lots.
They're selling lots off of it.
Oh, must they end up paying for it or?
They're gonna get that
I do not know.
cut up because a lot of lots they're not gonna be able to sell because that high pressure pipeline runs through there.
Oh.
So. And then they're selling it, like this is the golf course, and you have a house here. You can buy land probably clear over to
The other side.
But I may also have a house, this might be crooked, I might have a house that's right here. I can buy it clear over. So if I bought clear over and you bought clear over, we have a hole down in the middle. It's gonna be a mess. There's gonna be some property out there that
But they'll never be sold.
never gets sold.
Or if they would give you an option for you to buy that in between your property and half that.
They might.
You know, if you got a triangle piece, you know, split it up the middle and.
When it comes down to it, the problem is there's a big gas line runs through the middle of it, and you can never build on that part of it.
Right.
There'll never be anything done with it, so. Yeah, I'd like to have seen it. People do something with it, but it didn't happen. a deal here for Ducks Unlimited Catfish Tournament sponsor, $500. We gave $3,000 for the catfish tournament, and we gave $2,000 for the catfish tournament. Why are we giving Ducks Unlimited $500 to be a sponsor of the catfish tournament? We've already given 5,000. I guess the question is, why would we give it to them and then here you take it and you can, now you're a sponsor of the catfish tournament?
Yeah, I just signed the $3,000 one, who was that?
Yeah.
I can't remember who that
It's
is.
been that way.
I mean, I'm not opposed to sponsoring the catfish tournament, but why would we give 500 to Ducks Unlimited to be a sponsor?
Just to give it away.
Do what? Yeah, I asked Tom that same thing on the 3 and the 2. I know a year ago, if I remember right, it was probably the same thing. Ducks Unlimited, that's 500. Ducks Unlimited would be a nighttime deal where the catfish is twice, 2 different weekends, and I'm not standing up for one over the other.
Well, but this says Ducks Unlimited Catfish Tournament sponsor.
Oh, it does? I
It
didn't
says,
catch the catfish.
so we're giving them $500 just so they can be a sponsor of the catfish tournament?
I bet that catfish shouldn't be on that, but that's a,
That's what I'm wondering. I know we give Ducks Unlimited, I think $500, but is it,
I bet that shouldn't be labeled quite that way, Bob, but I don't know.
I mean, that's the way it's labeled is what I'm
I
questioning.
didn't read that part of it.
And what department?
Economic development. And that's where the rest of it.
I think we've been giving Ducks Unlimited 500 every year. What else has been added to that invoice? I don't know.
What you find is a couple of, excuse me, departments actually sponsor Ducks Unlimited too.
And
they go to the banquet.
yeah, and that brings up another deal we discussed, and I know Don was here when we discussed it, because we had groups coming in, going to economic development, getting money, and then they were going to other departments and getting money for the same thing. And we kind of came to the conclusion is, you go one place, we will give you money, but we're not going to give you money from 4 or 5 different parts in the county. But I don't know if that's happening now or not.
I'm not sure that's ever, I know it's been discussed a time or two before, but I'm not sure it's ever happened. I know, for the Veterans Honor Flight, of course, we haven't gone this year to have any flights. Although they have started flights back up August the 25th with a huge amount of restrictions. And right now, we don't know where the SCC they're gonna try to have a flight in November, but of course, Sheriff's Department and the county attorney has funds in certain areas where they can contribute to those.
Ronnie can better answer questions on that. Economic development side.
Good job.
Getting your snack?
I ate breakfast at 6.
I never eat breakfast. Probably one time, if I eat breakfast once in a while.
You ate nothing yet so far?
I feel better, Tom, if I don't eat, but about a meal and a half. I feel better. If I eat 2 full meals,
or three, I get bloated up. I never, yeah,
Probably a diabetes.
if I don't eat until supper, I don't miss nothing.
It's probably just a diabetes thing for me.
Yeah.
I constantly got, well,
I'm pretty fortunate, I don't have,
every 6 hours I have to have something.
yeah. My dad was that way, every 4 or 5 hours, he had to have something, but he was low in sugar. He had to drink orange juice and a malt, something that had sugar in it.
Yeah, you can go too low.
Here's the 8,500 we budgeted for Kansas Legal Services last year.
For the what?
Here's the 8,500 we budgeted for Kansas Legal Services last year. They're just now collecting their.
Just now cutting the check.
Who chooses if they get it one time a year or divided by half?
I don't know how that's done. I don't know how that's done. And I don't know why some of them wait so late to get it.
That's what I asked the baseball coach, but some of them are half and some are annual.
It'd be confusing.
Well, to me,
All the infrastructures are,
they ought to be, one way or the other.
Yeah.
You know, even the infrastructure, you know, with an annual payment, but we get our money semi-annual too,
Yeah.
from the taxpayer, not all of it,
Yeah, we did.
but probably 75, and that's a guess, 75, 80% probably.
I'm getting behind.
I don't know what percentage for taxes does come in 100% in December.
At least 50.
Pardon?
At least 50.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't be 100%, yeah, 50% of all of it. And how many pay 100% in December?
I do. I just get it all over.
Pardon?
I do. I just get it all over.
Yeah, I do too, I pay 100%. We rent and go over.
Yeah, we had Taylor Graham that day. They did, yeah, they had one that day, when Taylor Graham went to New Century.
Flat rolling.
Moving along.
Hope it's not expired.
Don't look at the date and they know.
I tried it. I guess he's jalapeno, probably better.
I can go get them.
I got the wrong beverage to go with those, so.
I don't think coffee in them would work either.
I had the wrong beverage to go with jalapeno popper.
Oh, they're not hot. They just got a little spice, just a little spice. Wish I could get in on that deal. It's like a short time.
Yeah.
I want to order with the profile.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'll wait till they get done before I pass it on.
I tell you, our road and bridge pretty short stack. Don't say that too loud. It'll be bigger next time.
Oh.
You get these paper clips in there and they all get twisted up and mingle together.
Yeah, you can, you just gotta watch your states. Building noise is the worst.
So what do you do when you cross them?
You're supposed to have a lockbox that you put in. And the gun and the clip have to be separate. Your law enforcement guys really don't push it because the truckers are really taking us out on the road.
Is one of the buses, so, for him.
Well, as I say, it's a passenger deal.
I do too. It's number of passengers. And they're more like a van than passengers.
Yeah. Got to hang on to that.
Yes, sir.
Trouble.
You ever had them go in the county on, I got dropped, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
End of the day reports. Do you make? You want to use electronics, but you still have to use it, right? End of the day.
We do the DDIR on the electronic.
You do it all on electronic, you don't have hard copy.
I don't know if it's right or wrong, but
How do you know?
yeah, exactly.
You're messing with the federal government.
Mhm.
I've been signing language. That's unreadable. That's cool.
That's nice.
You have to have that old lady.
Oh, it's scale.
That was the first time in 25 years. I've been asking for that.
Really?
But I knew that wasn't good.
They've got to find something.
insect repellent from Amazon,
I'm sorry?
insect repellent from Amazon.
Yeah, I've seen that $400,
You know,
$500.
Eva Christman sells it, and I actually buy my furnace covers from her by the case. She will sell stuff by the case
Yeah.
at a discount price.
Yeah. He was good, that's a good place to buy. I noticed that was $400 deal.
You know, some of that stuff, we can get that, some getting that stuff locally.
Okay, a question on the yellow page, is it goes underneath this?
My son actually sells it too.
Except
People around, just a yellow piece of paper goes underneath.
If we want to buy
Because
it
there's
through Amazon.
already been this through,
Preaching the choir.
so and then put the yellow piece here or here?
I put it there.
Down?
Yeah.
Going up.
Just wanna make sure I do the right thing.
Actually, I think is that ours? Or was it yours?
That's the start of road and bridges.
Yeah.
You
So
are,
I'm guessing, but
you are done.
we can, yeah.
We know what assumption is, right?
Yep.
So are you gonna go put this engine on the dyno and blow it up again?
I hope not. Don't jinx me, Bob.
You kind of know your limit now on it?
No, you
No.
never know. You just have catastrophic failures.
What do you do with this? What do you do?
Well, it's Seymour, Indiana, eastern side of Indiana.
Go clear across the state of Indiana. Have you been that way lately? It's my understanding there's a lot of road construction detour right around Indianapolis.
Oh, well, I'll be south of there.
To the south.
Yeah, I'll be south. I'll come north out of Louisville. Seymour, Indiana.
Home. Out.
Try again. This is the second time. First time come back, some pieces.
That's never good.
Builds character.
Quickly.
$276 worth of those for
Yeah, we're supposed to be true. Oh, here's a fighter jet for sale, Tom.
Awesome.
maybe the president.
1992 McDonnell Douglas F-15 Strike Eagle.
Maybe you better get that.
You can defend yourself.
Defend yourself.
You can't have a gun that has more than 30 rounds in it, but you can have an F-15, so
They're asking 13 million for it.
jump channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, is that what you're really going for?
My story, and I'm sticking to it.
You know, all these other countries in the world are laughing at us.
Mm-hmm.
We are closed the 5th, is that correct?
Yes.
I need to make sure before we leave today, we're not meeting here next Monday, it's Tuesday.
Do what, Tom?
We won't be meeting Monday,
No,
like
it'll
Tuesday.
be Tuesday next week.
Just making sure everybody knew, so.
Yeah.
Once I just got to think about that.
I'm glad you said something.
I'd have probably noticed it when I got to the door.
Yeah.
I'll say that I would have been
We don't need the
blind,
keys to unlock it.
I marked that in my calendar 6 months ago.
Already the 4th of July.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
And if you've all been wearing your mask and maintaining your distance and got your shots, you can have a barbecue with your family. But on the 4th of July this year. That's what the president was telling us here 2 or 3 months ago.
Well, by Fauci, I should already be dead. Didn't wear my mask. Yeah, I don't know why that signature.
Okay. I'm not the only one there.
Well, there's 3 others that made the mistake before it got to you.
Okay.
We were supposed to sign there.
Like I say, I can remember as a kid. That's why we moved from Kansas City to here, was when Martin Luther King got killed. Because it was not a real safe place to be, Kansas City at the time. My stepdad was from Old Strong, that's how I wound up here. But it seemed like, I don't know, decade or so afterwards, everybody seemed to be somewhat more united than what we've been in the last.
Probably the last time I remember watching, where we seen the part was when they had the, called the National Guard in on the campus out in California.
Kent.
Yeah. I can remember as a kid watching that, and that stuck in my mind. I could have been very old.
You're talking about Ohio,
Going on, you have been in Vietnam, and be a Vietnam vet, you think things weren't bad.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then have.
yeah, I know, it's too bad. Like I said, 70s and 80s, 90s. I thought it was, you know, after Vietnam War and everybody got over whatever they had to get over. I mean,
I don't think they got over it.
No, either.
I don't think they got over it. I don't think either side's got over it.
well, my point of saying people being over it, some of them, when you guys got back, you didn't get a very good welcome home.
Okay.
No.
Not good at all.
And it wasn't even your fault, you were there.
No.
That's the stupidest part about it all.
That's exactly right.
And so I guess that's the part I'm saying most everybody's kind of over. I think they are. I don't think anybody thinks that way no more and haven't for decades.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think Vietnam vets are over it.
No, because they didn't get a warm
I don't think,
welcome
we
home.
don't think most of them are over it. We have all these, until Desert Storm came along, Vietnam vets were not very vocal over people out there anymore. And then they came along. And then it started being all these feel-good people, all these people wanted to feel good about it, do all these good things and everything for the veterans. It was kind of, that was more of a slap in the face than actually, I don't know. That's just my opinion. But I'd do it again in a minute, wouldn't hesitate.
You might have to.
But I know a whole lot more now than I do then, believe me. Yeah.
Except you're not gonna be in a jungle.
Backyard.
Backyard.
In my opinion, this is the third term.
This is what?
Third term.
Third term.
Biden.
Yeah.
You know, it's sad he didn't have to do anything. He could have come off the best president in the world just riding on the ship tells of the last one.
Yeah.
He could have stayed in the basement.
Instead of changing everything. We'll survive, we've survived. Jimmy Carter. Country's survived worse things, I guess. We got through it. What is spill the tea in Leroy?
I'm sorry?
What is spill the tea in Leroy? Spill the tea.
Oh, it's Bryson Meats. He's the one that bought out Dunlop and really involved in
It's
business,
the clothing,
and it's called Spill
spill the tea.
Speed Tea. And he just received, and he's fixing up the building that he purchased from Sandra, from the Dunlop Group. And he just received a grant to completely remodel that building, put upstairs in it, $250,000.
Wow. Let's see, we're buying.
There's money out there, I mean, there's money out there, a person knows where to go get it. And that's an all sand rock building. And I don't know what the roof looks like on it, but that building's 140 years old, so I hope it's able to get fixed up where it can hold it, you know, maintain it.
Anthony just gave me $432 worth of hats.
He's got 2 machines. Sander is running 3 machines, I think, maybe 4. I think, right now, he's got a couple of employees working with him, and I think they're running 2 machines right now.
I'll tell you, it's not cheap to get hats or shirts made.
No,
It's not cheap at all.
Nothing is anymore.
No, getting worse.
but you take caps with the company's name on, there's probably not any better advertising out there than have your people farmers wearing caps or whatever business you might possibly be in.
Hats, shirts, and jackets.
They don't give them away like they used to.
But back then, we bought the first quality hats best quality hats you could ever buy from K Products. I don't think we ever did pay over $4.25 for it. That's been 25 years ago.
A lot of things.
And K Products had tremendous quality. And they're all made in the United States, where now that most of them are made overseas. Most of them are not in the United States.
Bangladesh.
Yeah, Bangladesh.
Indonesia.
The largest cap manufacturing, and I forget what the guy's name is. To me, like his initials are CD, I think comes from Bangladesh now, or did 4 or 5 years ago.
Where is Bangladesh?
Can't answer that, Bob.
Over yonder,
Some of my history's pretty short.
across the pond.
I don't know where Bangladesh is.
Somebody can look it up.
Being the Taiwan area, I bet it's over there.
Taiwan.
Yeah, I bet it's over in that area someplace.
It is to the east of India and the Bay of Bengal. It's a South Asian country marked by lush greenery and mineral waters.
Yeah, the South Asian area someplace.
One time I had the album.
You what?
Yeah, I knew I'd get that response.
What'd you say?
At one time I had the album. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, and several other people did a benefit for Bangladesh back in the early 70s.
Okay.
And that's what the name of the album is, a 4. You bought it and there was 4 albums in the package, if you will, benefit for Bangladesh. Bring them out of poverty.
Did it do it?
I have no idea, the album went too bad.
Sounds like maybe the hats are doing it.
The hats
Yeah.
might be doing it.
I think Bangladesh here 5 or 10 years ago, this one company is the largest cap manufacturer in the world. I
It must
think
have helped some in making hats.
Did Japan export anything anymore?
That's what I was here thinking, how did we change from Japan? And then the seventies and
We
eighties,
went to Taiwan.
yeah,
According to Taiwan, wasn't it part of Japan? Same principle.
and now
And
trying,
then we went to Mexico
yeah.
and India.
The main part to me is making hats and stuff like that is not rocket science. You think you could do it? Good old US of A is well.
Yeah, but they make them for 10 cents a piece.
that's what I was gonna say, the playing employee probably
By the
not
time you ship them, it's gotta cost to ship them over.
That's what I'm saying.
Over in China, the average pay is what a day? $1?
How much?
$1 a day.
the employees.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say, probably paying the employees 10 cents an
Communist
hour.
country though.
Yeah.
China's a communist country.
Yeah.
You're working for the government anyway. Yeah, that's exactly right. What did I see now? American citizens have to work until sometime in August before they're working for the government until then, sometime.
Used to be July.
August. Then, pretty soon, people have, it's gonna be
Be the same way.
12 months a year.
Got radish cramp over there, Tom? He's only got his last check, isn't he?
I was just thinking after, seeing some of this, thinking, trying to think ahead, Wayne retires next year, a year from right now. So,
August.
yeah, basically a year from now, so, I'd rather have our plan in place prior to, be ready for that, like whether we want to move forward with another engineer. If so, then I think we start looking now as to where you're gonna obtain that person.
We need to start evaluating that, but probably 4 months ahead of time.
I don't think we need a full-time engineer.
And talking to, like, Allen County Commissioner I spoke with there, they just did it as a as-needed basis.
I think you'd save money.
I do too. Yeah, Miami County does the same thing. There's a lot of counties that do that.
Yeah.
Really, how many things would be done that's needed engineering? Most of the.
Well, regardless, I mean, like I said, we need, with that being said, then okay, who's gonna be,
Who's gonna be in command?
yeah. You wanna change the table of organization out there, or you wanna find somebody to do that, or you wanna do it within the house,
There's a lot of answers we need to come up with.
I nominate Bob.
Yeah.
Nominate
He'll
him.
be retiring after August.
Yeah. Well, that'd be a good part-time job for him. You should.
I don't think I would be doing that. There's a reason he retired, is he?
And Wayne did make a statement in here one day that, most of the bridges and most of our, roads are down to maintenance of everything we have now. So, I mean, it's, and building some bridges, and you don't do bridges over certain widths anyway, or lengths, obviously, so.
Right.
I think a full-time engineer is not what we need, but somebody with some construction knowledge. And
I really think we should, just my thinking since we discussed it, I really think we should be moving to a maintenance mode with the county and contract. I know some people made the comment, well, you contract it out, it costs you $3,000, $4,000 more. The contractor comes in and gets the job done.
I bet it don't cost anymore.
No, but they get the job done and move on, where if we're doing it as road and bridge, other things come up and we don't work on it this week, and then we don't,
Certainly delays a lot of things.
A good example for me is out on, Hughes Tonic, we're cleaning some ditches. And Dig Safe called for several blocks and dug so many, they had to pull up and go do something else. I'm not sure they've been back yet, it doesn't really matter, but you hired a contractor to do that. He's not gonna send a lowboy in there and pay a guy
exactly.
to pick all that stuff up, remobilize, because he's got another project he's gotta go do, interrupt that project, so on and so forth.
14 or 15 days, you gotta redo Dig Safe.
Yes, so I don't think it's saving any money, personally. We got a good crew, Road and Bridge, don't take me wrong there.
No, we got good guys,
It's just,
good people.
you're them down to maintenance and,
We have some contractors in the county.
I've had that conversation before too, on Matthias Lake, there'd be two or three wouldn't mind bidding that project at all. But, you know, we don't know, I guess we've never had a discussion with Wayne to say, okay, how many people does it take to be your yearly maintenance? What is your, I mean, how many culverts do you have to replace in a year in the county? Questions like that. I don't know. You know, could you cut the budget some, take that money in over to capital improvement, or even better, put some of it over to special bridge to cover those bridges that are eventually gonna need to be replaced or revamped?
Those two bridges that took action on last week when I wasn't here, I forget what road that was on, there's two bridges, is that on Jim Hess's road?
No. It's,
I forget, because he's on Junebird, I think.
He's on Newberry.
yeah, it's,
I forget where those two bridges are at,
there, it's actually, it's,
I was gonna drive up.
Ridge, county commissioner Ridge years ago, down in Gilly area.
He
left the pictures, but
Whenever you,
they don't
I'm
have
down
the-
south of his place on that road.
And then have the address on it?
no, not that I see.
And he told us to be in our minutes. No, it'd be in our
Yeah, I forget the road now, but I was thinking Tim's is on Junebird.
See, there's one of them things may ask.
He makes
A
a
pack rat.
There's one thing.
Thank you.
You know what we did. Yeah, Homestead Road,
Homestead.
Homestead,
Homestead, that's right.
Bridge 127, 128.
so it's 2
Charlie
miles, 2 miles
Ridges,
east
down
of
south of Charlie Ridges. Where it's at.
And one's sagging a little bit.
It was built that way. It was built, when they built it, it was built like that. They built it. I remember who the engineer was here at the time, but they built that. There was a couple, 3 or 4 of them in this county that they built that went like that in the middle. They were built that way, designed that way. It's a disaster. They were built that way.
All done?
You can sure see the
All
road.
done.
I've been across them, I know many times, but I don't recall. Right now.
If you hit that one very fast, you would recall it.
Pardon?
If you hit that one very fast, you would recall it.
I don't do the driving around like I did 20 years ago.
Anything else you want to discuss?
I think the fire board canceled their meeting for tomorrow, I think.
Thanks for your input on that too.
There's
as
a
far as-
planning board meeting Wednesday evening. Is there? It's Wednesday evening here at the courthouse.
They have a
Yeah, I
special
might be
meeting.
going for that one. I
Should
might,
be
and,
correspondence on the planning board.
I might. I'll see.
Yeah, it was in the correspondence that came across.
It starts at 7. Well, I wrote down 7:05. I don't know why I wrote 05 in. I got another deal, I got another deal to go to. I thought I might drop into that one, but I don't think it's gonna work. I think that's in Tim's area, but I'm more familiar with it than what Kim would be, so.
No, that's not saying much, Jim.
Bobby will fill me in. He'll be there. I'm sure. If I'm not. I don't think it's a big deal now.
Do you have anything else for roundtable or anything further to discuss? Anybody got anything else? We're adjourned at 1:10 till Tuesday, July 6th.
Have a good 4th, gentlemen, ladies. Everything's had a good, safe 4th, main thing. I can tell you, shoot, you put her over here.
No, sir.
Do you want that one separate?
I don't think I did that, and they did not.
I just left that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take that, will you?
Only once.
I think I can get rid of some paperwork.
Only once you would do that to me.
Today's have a good one, Andrea.
No, you
Have a
too.
good one. Have a good Fourth.
Looks like mine shut right off.